because I'm that kind of person. Yes, I want the entire thing to be seamless, not just the first 5 minutes, right? All right. So, we can fix it in post. It's fine. Yeah. Take two. Live once again from the Blue Cheese Room on the dark side of the moon. My name is Rick. I am the Loophole King. Thank you for showing up for this stream tonight. We will be streaming Dungeons and Dragons. What lies ahead? A brand new adventure in the history of Oregon, brought to you by the wonderful mind of the DM Mark Knight. Great guy. So, start off with my announcements again. First of all, I'd like to thank my sponsor, Comic Book World, at comicbookworld.com. Please make sure you go visit them for all your comic book and role-playing tabletop needs. If you like to play Warhammer, Magic, Pokemon, or any role-playing game you can think of. They also have comics, t-shirts, and other accessories. Lots of dice. Please check them out. They're great. They're the ones that are going to help us give Mark's top subscriber a copy of Wildemount. Also, we are going to have I have no idea book it's about Card Knight Vanguard. I haven't seen it in the store, so I can't guarantee you one way or the other. We have a thing going on here on our channel. When I get to 50 followers, I will randomly choose one of my first 50 followers to receive a small block of Dungeons and Dragons minis. So get in there. Also, for every 10 followers I get, I am donating a subscription, gifting a subscription to Mark's, so we can get him to 200 so he can dab on screen. Please make sure that everyone goes and checks out DM the Mark Knight's Discord and his Twitch channel. Also, check out Big Lundy, check out Nat 30s, Nat Awesome, bunch of great people. The Mage, bunch of great people, all of our sister streams. We love to have them. We love to watch them. All right, so here we go. If you guys are ready, we're going to go to the gameplay stream. Make sure everything's hunky-dory here. Pull up my little webcam and throw me up in the top here.
I'm sure it's just awesome.
You like the shirt? You love that shirt, right?
Of course.
Yeah. I'm going to shrink this down just a little bit, try to keep it out of the way. But it doesn't do well for some reason. It doesn't like me. All right. So, listen up. I have a small little thing for you to listen to. I will start the music. All right. And so everyone knows what we're doing here. I have a little intro.
Ooh.
The Cataclysm. The day 20 years ago that the High Dragons fell and their armies scattered. The day the face of Oregon changed forever. The skies were rent asunder. The seas rose to swallow entire mountains. The land itself exploded, buckled, and shifted. Old mountain ranges have sunk away and new ones have formed. The inner sea has dried up. And the Dragonborn have secluded themselves far from the land, and their High Dragon masters and their kin have seemingly vanished forever. As the years have passed, the land has begun to settle. The sky has healed and the waters have calmed. Life among the various tribes have been less chaotic these past years, and they are finally ready to start building civilizations of their own. To this end, a great moot has been called, inviting all of the remaining races from across the land. These include the 12 great tribes, the Awatha of the humans, the Hills folk, River folk, and Plains folk of the halflings, the Forest and Tunnel folk of the gnomes, the Guard Fane and Iron Fane of the dwarves, the Sun Pride of the Leonin, the Great Steppe Centaurs, the Nomadic Goliaths, and the Kraken Shell Turtles would all be in attendance, as would several smaller factions of other races. It was even rumored that the mysterious elves would send a representative. This would be the first of such gatherings ever, and would hopefully lead to the unification of the land and its peoples. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this is merely the calm before a great and powerful storm. Someone or to be more precise, something is coming to Oregon. And as this great move begins, each side wonders what the future has in store for them, and both begin to think about what lies ahead. And now we will do our character introductions. We'll start how you guys are in Discord, please.
Suppose that makes me first.
Almost always.
All right. Hello, everybody. I am Big Lundy. I am also known as Alex in Mark's games, and I am going to be playing the part of Jacobi, one of the few elves that is going to be venturing outside of the Elven land, something that they haven't done in quite some time, in order to ensure that their neighbors are not going to come and intrude on the freshly made land that they have taken for themselves for peaceful purposes. I'm going to be using a very inconsistent accent throughout the entirety of this, so be careful and try not to correct me too much because I already know I am not good at it.
I'm up next. My name is Dave. I'll be playing Crumble. He is a cleric who gets his power from the barrier between life and death, specifically upon the exchange when you move from dying to being dead. He tends to be very worried about bad things happening, but his estimation of exactly when that's going to happen tends to be off.
Okay, so I'm Dio. I'm playing Piper. She's a satyr paladin. And I'm just going to this mood because I heard that it's going to be a great, great party. And I just finished all my booze and I need something to get high again because this thing about being sober is not good. I haven't been in a bacchanal for a while and I just need to party a little bit more.
I'm playing Des or Desi or Dessa, whatever you prefer. She doesn't really care what you call her because it's already a nickname anyway. She's a tiefling rogue who tends to try to keep the most positive outlook on life as possible, always looking on the bright side. But she does tend to fall into these melancholies or these dark places at times, often in the exact wrong time.
I'm Mark, otherwise known as the Mark Knight. I am going to be playing Andal Greaves. He is a human wizard, but he's not your stereotypical wizard. He's not hiding in a tower or standing at the back of the party, worried that he's going to get hit. He's a bit brash. He's a bit roguish. He likes to search the hidden places of the world. And he heard about this moot, not because he's a part of a particular tribe. He's not here representing anyone. He heard about it and he has decided that it is important enough that he should know exactly what's going on. Any opportunity for him to delve down and search for hidden lore, that's kind of what he wants to do.
And I am Rick, also known as the Loophole King, and I will be your DM for the evening. And we get that started on to what lies ahead. Get this filled in here real quick. Oh no. Well, that sucks. That's okay. I'll fix it. Fix it in post. It didn't keep any of their names. So that'll be bad. That's okay. I'll tell them to you when you figure them out. If you guys could put yourself in this area right here, or I can do it for you.
You have to move us.
You have to move
to that screen. You have to move the player banner.
Yep, sorry.
That's okay.
There you go.
Too many windows open.
Not you. Oscar's not here yet. Alright. Move yourselves around in a generic order, whichever you would like. I have to do.
Why are there two of me?
Don't know. I do not know. And I do not know why this didn't save any of that. That is awesome. A bunch of junk missing. That's just great. Alright. It's okay. We'll get by. I'll add a few tokens here. It's fine. One second. Gotta love this, right? All sorts of good stuff. They even put him over. Why did none of this stuff stick? That's just annoying at this point.
The intricacies of using Roll20 for the first time as a DM.
No, my problem was
The nameplates didn't stick.
yeah, none of the you're missing like like I can't get the turtle eater to come out.
Oh, did you save them as tokens or did you just save them as images?
Tokens.
Strange.
Yeah, it's weird because I literally just renamed them all yesterday. Make sure they all had the right names. So yeah, because half of them are there and half of them aren't. Awesome. And they're not nothing's dropping on it either. It's absolutely positively great. I get any of my tokens to show up. Okay. That'll be fun. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but
Yeah, I don't know either. Are you grabbing from the picture or are you grabbing from the name?
the name, like it should just yeah.
How did you change their names?
On the token when I put it down.
Yeah. Are you using the tokens that I showed you how to use?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I warned you about that. If you change the name of the token once you place it down, it disconnects it from the character sheet. You can't do that. You have to change it under the token tab in the character, and that's why it's not doing that. That's why it's doing that.
Did I drop it off in here?
No, you're gonna have to actually get rid of those and re-import the monsters. And then there is when you go under the character sheet, there's a token tab under the character sheet. You have to rename it on that tab. If you open up the token that's on the map and rename it on the map, it disconnects the token from the character sheet, and then it doesn't work anymore. unfortunately.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's okay.
Yeah.
I'll use some things that I have laying around here. That'll be fine. There's the turtle. Come down here and grab a simple looking. I'll use this one here. That's fine. These are fine for right now. All right, sorry about that, guys. Apologies, of course. All right, so yeah, Lundy, that's true. So you arrive at the Great Moot. Each of you has been brought here under your own volition. Well, most of you. Poor Crumble has been dragged here unceremoniously because he's supposed to be. Your Crumble, you're over here with your people, and Des, you are over here with one of your uncles who made you come because you didn't like to not be here. Oh wait, wrong one. Des is this one. The horns threw me. Totally threw me off.
All the
So
girls
many
have
horns.
There's so many horns, right?
Oh god. Oh god.
Yeah. So
The teenage jokes are going to be flying out
Yeah.
already.
yeah.
And you're the one that wanted them all to be 20 years old.
Yeah, I had to. Piper, you've showed up and you've noticed that there's some little people. You're not quite sure. They kind of look like fairies, but only really kind of a lot bigger, like stuff you've seen in the Feywild, but not too often. But they seem to be having the most fun. So you've managed to come over to them. Andor, you've just kind of snuck into this place. They're not really expecting you, but there's so many people here. Imagine the entire site. This is just the central portion of the site. This entire site sprawls miles. So there are.
I've just walked into the festival grounds.
Yeah, you've just walked on in, because you notice that there's smaller campfires around, but there's this big giant bonfire that seems to be in the center where most of the action is going on. There are several tribes here, and I will ping those as I read off the. Some of you have met them, and some of you haven't. So let me put. I need to put this guy out here for a moment. This person is Grovog of the Azure Mists. He's one of the leading chieftains. The Azure Mist is the largest tribe. They're the most powerful tribe, and they are the oldest tribe of humans in the Iwatha. Everybody knows Grovog. He's known to be fair, but very vindictive when it comes to being slighted. He's most famously known for killing 3 of his cousins for not giving over the appropriate number of cows as penance. So he's fair, but if you cross him, it will not go well for you. Next to him, we have Draelden of the Flaming Bull tribe. Here, we have Watersnake Scalemaw from the Waterscape tribe. here. We have Kraz Call, Deep Speaker of the Turtles. He's a very enigmatic individual. Stories float around about how he got to be in charge of the tribe. Stories range from he slaughtered all of his competition to he is a direct descendant of the great water dragon turtle. You can believe what you want to believe. He's not known to dissuade anybody from making assumptions on how he got to be where he is. He appears to be somewhere in the range of 500 to 600 years old. His shell is huge. He's probably 7 feet tall. If you ever seen one of those dragon snapping turtles here in the U.S. with the big spikes and everything, his shell looks like that. It's not nice, cute little shell. It's decorated with bones and feathers and blood and markings of all kinds. He's very intimidating, and most people are giving him a wide berth, even the bear tribe, which we have here. And they're known for being fearless. And that's where you are. I'm sorry, the bear tribe's up here. And that's Taldor the Great Bear. Taldor has been ruling the Great Bear since his father died about 6 years ago. Crumble, you know, this is one of your distant cousins, and he's not a nice person, but he can fight, which is why he's in charge, because that's really all that matters in the bear tribe is, can you fight? Yes or no? That's pretty much it. Des, this is your uncle, and you are from the Snow Eagle tribe, correct?
Correct.
This is Falskag. He's your uncle. Volskag isn't the leader, but he is the shaman because, well, most people are afraid of him because he is small but imposing. He's managed.
Is he a tiefling like me, or is he human?
No, he's a tiefling.
Okay.
Probably a good half to a third of your tribe is tieflings. But he's one of the more cunning kind. He gets people. He seemingly has a knack to get people to do what he wants. But he's not the chief. But he's always whispering in the chief's ear.
Type of guy.
Yeah. He makes you uneasy, but he brought you along because he wanted you to see the kind of influence he actually has. He's trying to impress upon you what kind of power you could have. Unfortunately, that's not the kind of person you are, and you're just here because mom and dad made you.
A chance to get away.
Yeah, a chance to get away and see new people. We also have this person, which is a centaur. It's Clathgord of the steppe tribes. There is also not represented, but it should be right about here, is the Leonin Geral Goldmane, an imposing panther-like Leonin. Most of the Leonins look lion-esque in their appearance. Geral's family is more of the panther type, and he is large and imposing. He's also considered to be one of the wisest tribe leaders out of the 12 great tribes, and he totally believes that the Leonid, given the proper respect from the dwarves and some of the other steppe tribes, would have been able to fight off the dragons that live there. So as you guys are here, you guys can start mingling around. You can assume there's approximately 60 to 100 other individuals. Each group brought most of their tribe that was still remaining, which are camped outside in the outlying areas. And then you have approximately 15 to 20 of each tribe. The halflings and the gnomes, nobody has seen them in probably 3 or 4 years. They've been hiding out in their little hovels and homes. The gnomes have suffered a great loss. When the mountains rose up, it ruined most of the two cities that they did have started, the small towns. When the earth rose up, it destroyed both of them, so now they live in the forest as well, and the tunnel folk help them around. So, what do you guys want to do?
Where is the booze?
You can find mead anywhere you want. What kind are you looking for? Do you care what it's like?
The strongest and sweetest.
Well, the strongest and the sweetest. Well, it'll take you... You'll probably spend the better part of 2 hours wandering around this camp, tasting and sipping and looking for the best. And as you make your way all the way around, you do notice that over here, where the you find the Fire Strider tribe, whose leader is known as the Crimson Ash. They don't have a name; they're just known as the Crimson Ash. Whoever's in charge. Theirs is quite possibly the sweetest tasting wine you have ever had. You're not sure what it's made of because it doesn't taste like berries or grapes, but it has this fruity quality that you can't quite place. But it is delicious. The other one you found was the Bear Tribe has the strongest stuff, but it also tastes like it's the strongest stuff. It kind of tastes like they carried it in their boots on the way here. Like they ferment it in a cow or something. Like it's got a really strong pungent taste to it. But boy, it'll put a number on you.
Which tribe is that? The Bear Tribe?
The Bear Tribe. It's not good, but it's effective. Which is kind of, as Crumble can probably tell you, that's basically all they do.
Okay, so I'll be drinking and being merry and singing, and if anyone is dancing, I will dance too.
Well, seeing the satyr, I immediately think to myself, that's a party waiting to happen. I'm going to ignore that. I've seen plenty of satyrs do the same thing, and I'm not really interested. However, the tieflings intrigue me. I've not met one yet, so I would like to wander over and introduce myself.
You see several tieflings, but this is the biggest group of them.
Okay.
Sitting on a box or something, looking very bored, just kicking my legs back and forth.
I'll approach the shaman.
His skin is, as it's depicted, he's dark red. His horns come out of his forehead, right on the outside edge of his eyes, swoop up in a large swoop like a ram, but then it comes back down in a point. Instead of curling all the way back, it goes up and then straight back down. Once it gets past the back of his head, they just shoot straight down towards his shoulder blades.
I'll walk up, look to the both of them, smile, and bow slightly to the shaman. Andal Greaves at your service. I'm, you seem to be oh well, you appear to have the accoutrement of a shaman, and I am quite curious as to the ways in which you channel magical abilities. I would love to speak with you on such a thing.
I pipe up and I say, if I were you, human, I wouldn't be offering any services around here. You might not like what you're asked to do. And I eyeball my uncle.
He says, now, child. That is no way to act to someone who wants to ingratiate themselves into our service. How many times have I told you? You must wait for them to offer. Then you describe the terms. Never give the terms up front. So, Andal, you said you wish to learn? That can be.
I'm quite curious
It can be
about
done.
all magics.
I can teach you my magics for a price.
I wouldn't agree.
Silence, girl.
I
Yes, Uncle.
look over to you, Des. We haven't had the pleasure. Andal Greaves.
I like pop up and I give you my hand and I'm like and like kind of shake yours loosely and I'm like, I'm Des and like eyeball my uncle, make sure he does it. He's not gonna like give my full name and I'm like, here, why didn't I tell you all about my uncle's magic and try to like drag him away?
I'll follow.
He gives
I'm not one to not pick up a hint.
the uncle rolls his eyes like, foolish children, be gone.
I kind of give the uncle a side look. So,
I pull him as far as away from like quickly away from my tribe's area before giving him any chance to talk.
So you guys,
as soon as we're out of earshot,
so you guys move to right about here. If you go any further, you're out of your safe area that you're allowed to be in, and you're into the next tribe's area. And they are not some nice people. These are the Winter Wolf tribe, who is ruled by Winter Wolf, who stalks at night, and he's basically dressed in what you could be described as a homemade wolf ghillie suit. And he's just sitting on this big log, and he's got two big wolves at either side of him. He's just, stroking their fur and looking at them. He has this large scimitar-looking, like a bone scimitar that's just jabbed into the ground next to him. And you look at him, you can go further in near his stuff, but he's the wolves kind of perk up when you get a little close.
I'm unfazed.
I'll keep a side eye on the wolves and stay where we are, and I'll turn to Des. I'm really intrigued about your uncle's offer. I don't have any much to bargain with, but the opportunity to learn magic is so rare. I would easily pay a price for that. Why are you so opposed to such a thing?
You say you would pay a price, but I'm not sure you really want to go down that path.
Why not?
There's no coming back from it. Likely will be your life, your freedom.
Okay. Well, that's not something I'd like to part with. Like temporarily, as long as like apprenticeship.
Well, like indentured servitude.
Permanent indentured servitude or temporary indentured servitude? You see me you can kind of see through the look on my face that I'm weighing the cost in my head.
She shrugs and says, it depends if you're willing to kill him for your freedom, I suppose, but I guess all mages are the same. And I kind of just sigh and...
What do you mean mages are the same? That's a broad generalization.
Power hungry, uncaring about consequences.
No, I don't care about power. I care about knowledge. I don't care about power at all. I care about knowledge. Knowledge.
Right about that time, you see one of the wolves kind of pick its ear up and look right at you, Andal. Like its ears just go pop right up on its head, and it kind of tilts its head and it looks right at you.
Maybe we should... Huh. That's curious.
And then it sniffs. It's like... And you can hear it kind of... Like it's starting... Like it notices something about you that's not the same as everything else around it.
Must have a...
You feel a little squirm inside your pocket.
We should probably move over there. And I point to the opposite side of like the same distance away from her uncle, but the opposite side of the camp that we're near, rather than like where we're standing.
Honestly, I just wanted a way to get away from my uncle. He wouldn't let me go unsupervised, so
You don't seem like a child. I don't understand.
seemed
Why?
like he knew that.
What's that?
Did it seem like he knew that?
I kind of give a glance over at your uncle. Perhaps not. Protective, is he?
As you look over to him, he's not paying any attention to either one of you. He seems to be engaged in conversation with some other tribe, someone from another tribe.
Well, he doesn't seem to care now. I think there's wine here somewhere. Would you like some? We can continue this discussion. Away from that wolf.
Okay, but I really don't know anything about my uncle's magic. It was just an excuse.
Well, you seem to not want to be around him, and you seem to not want me to be around him, so we can not be around him together and find someone who can tell me about magic without extracting servitude in exchange for it. Well, permanent servitude. Temporary servitude is probably acceptable, but permanent
I
servitude
smiled
probably
probably
not.
and I say, sounds like a good plan.
I'm going to look for some food, particularly something that I can easily pick up with my hands and is bite-sized.
There's plenty of food around. Actually, if you're heading, so you guys start heading back past her uncle, or you're going the other direction?
I have to go past my uncle again.
You'll go past
You
him
don't
again?
want to go past your uncle, or you do?
I think we have to, or we have to go closer to the wolves.
Well, we can walk straight towards the fire and then in another direction, rather than in character, I should say. We can go this way straight towards the fire and look for another place to find food and drink, or we can go past your uncle and go to the other side of the camp. But I don't want to go past these tents with these wolves. They seem to be rather interested in me, and I am not curious about what they would do if they get near me.
The squirming gets a little bit more in your pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Just like grab your arm, like as if you're escorting me, and just go past my uncle, entirely ignoring him, acting like I'm chatting and flirting with you.
Okay, I need food now.
Okay, so you guys start
sorry.
heading that way. Crumble. You don't want to say anything, but the longer you look at it, the more nervous you get, because it's only like a foot long. It's only like a foot wide. Like, you know that if this fire burns for another half an hour or so, it's going to set the grass on fire.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. I'm gonna grab two tankards of bear brew, so to speak, and start nonchalantly walking along the outside of the fire, kind of looking for the most likely escape route or where the fire is not likely to spread.
Give me a perception roll. It all looks bad to you. Like, there's just, like, you could just pick a spot and, like, yeah, it's totally going to jump right here. And then you walk a few more feet and it's like, and here, and here. So you make your way entirely around this thing in about the course of about 15, 20 minutes, and you're just, like, this is just, whoever built this had no sense in what they were doing. Right? And as you come around this side, you hear this beautiful lilting voice singing, and it catches your attention because people in your tribe don't sing. Well, they do sing, but it's always about, you know, the last thing they stabbed or ate or drank. And this is more about, you know, how people can just be themselves and enjoy themselves. Then you look over and you see a creature you've never seen before. It looks kind of like a tiefling because you've seen them before. Your tribe doesn't really care about them too much, but they never get rid of them. but this is not like anything you've seen before. It looks like a tiefling with goat legs.
I'm going to go up to her and offer her one of the 2 brews in my hand and say, "So, join me in a last toast before we all catch fire."
Oh, is this a party thing? What it is to catch on fire has to do with drinking a lot of booze or being high on weed or eating mushrooms. What is it?
Yeah, just keep doing all of that and you'll see what catching on fire is.
Cool! Let's dance! And I will grab you by the hand, and while drinking, I will dance with you.
Crumble will participate, but he'll be really stiff and dance in a very tightly reined in motion.
All these guys have a stick up their butt.
High school dance all over again. All right, so we're gonna cut away from. So you guys are dancing. Dio, Piper, and Andal. Sorry, Des and Andal are busy noshing and getting to know each other. Crumble is just assuming that this is how the world ends. A giant party where nobody cares. And we're gonna go to Jacobi. Jacobi.
Oh boy.
It's starting to get nighttime, and your group is walking on what seems to be a well-made path. It's probably about 10 feet wide. It's probably had a wagon or 2 on it at some point, that you can tell. And out of nowhere, you hear screams and wolves, and you're immediately under attack. The other soldiers that you're with immediately take up flanking positions and start firing into the woods because you have superior vision over your attackers, because they are carrying torches. So the archers are picking off. It looks like you're outnumbered probably 2 to 3 to 1. And you know that your only goal is to get your speaker to this place. What are you doing?
Well, I'm going to sort of rush up to my speaker while I have my bow and arrow drawn, and in the Elven, I'm going to just sort of start yelling at him. Akwan, Shankashuf, Kesh Saramor. Which essentially means, speaker, go quick before we are all overwhelmed.
He does what he normally does when he speaks to you. He wraps you right dead in the forehead with his two index fingers and goes, "Speak the common language, boy. You'll never be able to be one of us."
It is difficult. I merely try to say we need to go quickly. We are very overmatched here.
I do not believe that we are overpowered yet. And he waves his hand, and you can see the magical energy kind of form around him. And he unleashes what appears to be a beam of fire, a little ball of fire that shoots out, hits the forest, and explodes, and you hear screams and howls of wolves. Make a perception check.
Okay. Do. Not a great start.
So, as you're looking around, as you see this, you do notice that there are, off in the distance, there are more torches, but there's no way to gauge how many there are. Right? You just see like little hints of light here and there, and you know that this is going to go bad if you don't get out.
Speaker, I know you are strong with magic, but we need to move quickly. If we do not, there are many more coming. Many more. If we continue to move, we can pick them off bit by bit with arrows. But if we stay to fight, we all die.
At least you have learned something from your mother. And he says, Alivore! Alivore! And motions to the other elves, and they all understand. You understand that it's not retreat, but withdrawal. Different from run GTFO, and it's we're going to strategically back our way out. You continue to do so over the course of an hour or so. You've begun to get overwhelmed, and you realize that the only way that the two of you are going to survive is to make a break for it. It's only about 3 more miles to the meeting spot you're supposed to be at. But your speaker seems reluctant to not stay behind.
To the rest of the escort group, I'll just start sort of calling out an order, which is probably beyond what I'm supposed to be doing, but he's kind of desperate at the moment. Just Viaren, Daris, which essentially is form a shield around the speaker so we can run.
The eldest of the remaining 3 warriors responds. Talcador, Vorska, which is, you get him out, we're staying here. And he is, he's one of the 3 sub-lieutenants under your mother's command. So he has the final say in what anything that happens if your mom is not here, or one of the elders isn't around.
Avave Nakwana, which is essentially an affirmation of yes, sir, but for Elvish. And he'll sort of like tap the speaker on the shoulder. We must go, speaker. If they are going to sacrifice themselves for us.
You see a look of resignation in his eyes, and you guys turn to run. Are you in front of him or behind him?
I will remain behind him.
You hear the whistle of arrows, and you notice that you're still being hounded, but not nearly as hard. And after about a minute, you hear another arrow whistle from off to your left, which doesn't make sense because you didn't know that they were ahead of you. And you see the speaker get caught right below the rib cage. It's a powerful blow, you can tell. You've seen it before. Without magic, he's not going to survive. And he falls, tumbles, and rolls like a wounded animal.
They'll just sort of like quickly kneel towards to the speaker. I do not know what to do.
Gets me to Deep Stalker. He can help.
Is he at the moot?
Yes.
Can you lean on me, speaker?
I can try.
I'll try and help him up to have him lean on me.
You're not moving very fast. And you hear movement off to the side, and your instincts immediately kick in. You let go of the speaker, he falls to the ground, and you turn and fire your bow and hear it hit its mark with a resounding swing. You know you hit something, and you know you hit it very well. Your training has paid off. You grab the speaker and make your way towards the moot. You don't seem to be pursued. You hear the sounds of combat from behind you fade as you get further away. And we'll leave you there, and we'll come back to Des and Andal.
I take a few more pieces of food and that are around, I pop another in my mouth and put a couple of more in my inner coat pocket, and take another sip of wine, trying to make this look nonchalant. Well, I had a very peculiar experience when I was very young that made it so that I have not seen my family in a long time. I found myself as a 10-year-old boy dropping into the Feywild.
That's very peculiar. I like take a bigger sip of my wine, like not really sure what to say. And kind of make a face at the taste. I'm like, okay, what's your favorite flavor? And reach the glass out so you can do whatever magic to it.
I make it taste like orange juice using prestidigitation.
I take a sip and I smile. I'm like, that's better. I didn't mean to pry. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. I just
Oh no, it's quite fine. I don't, as you said, I don't really have anybody ever ask me about myself. I don't really spend a lot of time around people, to be honest. I haven't in a while. I don't exactly know how I ended up there, but I did, and I stumbled upon what I can only ascertain now to be a mage's stronghold, and well, I spent 5 years there studying what the mage left behind, kind of on my own in the Feywild. I didn't know how to get out, and I was not quite eager to leave the safety of the place that I had found. So I just read a lot.
Ando, you feel something scurrying down the inside of your pant leg.
If you'll please excuse me, Des. I need to how do you say this politely? I have a call of nature. I'll be back. And I excuse myself and walk quickly, like in a just kind of like tugging at my pant leg as I do, and find a place that's a little out of sight.
as he walks away, I kind of like take a sigh deeply and like down the rest of my orange juice wine. And I said, I don't know how I scared him off, but there he goes. And I get up and I just leave from my spot.
So as you're walking, Bob sticks his head out of your bottom of your pant leg. And
Bob. Bob.
And he's just looking at you, and you can hear him in your mind go, "Food?
I've been putting it in my pocket for you. How much more do you want?"
What? Pocket? I've been down here.
You were in my pocket, and I reach down and pick Bob up and put him in my pocket. Look, there's like 5 pieces of cheese and 3 pieces of bread in here. Isn't that enough for now?
No, fruit smell good. You drink fruit. I want fruit.
By the gods. I take the goblet of wine that I have in my hand. I turn it into the flavor of orange juice, and I pick Bob up and drop him into the glass of wine. Just kind of like hiding it in my coat a little bit.
As soon as he hits it, his nose just goes straight in and like an elephant, just sucking it up as fast as he can. And you see his eyes get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and he just drinks it all in one shot.
Bob, I was busy. Okay?
Oh, sorry.
I'm learning things.
But
You know
Food.
how much? I know. Okay. Look, there's food in the pocket, and I put him back in the pocket.
Food.
Just
cheese.
Okay. Shh.
Cheese.
Do you want to be found?
Cheese.
You know you don't like to be found. There are
Cheese.
wolves out here.
Cheese. No. Bad puppies.
Yes.
Oh. Shh. Be quiet now.
Yes, exactly. Be quiet. Stay quiet, and I will keep putting food in my pocket, all right?
I need you to make a Intelligence check.
Oh, that's easy enough. Make sure my settings are correct. Sorry, Beyond 20 is not letting me do that. Do I any skills
Nope.
added to it?
Nope. Just a straight roll.
Okay. 22.
You realize that you're talking out loud, but he isn't.
I start talking in my head to him.
He's like, oh, so we talk like this again?
Quietly, I need to be able to think.
Okay. Don't take me near the bad puppies.
I will not take you near the bad puppies. I will get you some food. I will continue to put it in the pocket. Just
Apples?
stay in the pocket. What?
Apples?
I will look for apples.
Thank you. Apples is good. Oh,
Okay.
By the way, that lady, her uncle's bad. Smell evil.
Thank you. She made that clear, although at first I didn't pick up on it. I'm so glad to have you to guide me into these types of situations in your infinite wisdom. I will keep that in mind.
Okay, that cost you 2 apples.
I will find you apples, Bob. Shh.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna walk back out.
I'm gonna do a
and
quick
look.
introduction real quick before we go any further.
Okay.
David, how are you?
Hi, I'm really sorry. I guess I miscalculated the time zone difference because I thought we were starting at what would be 12:30 here, but it looks like it's actually 10:30 here. So I'm really sorry.
That's quite all right. It's understandable. It's the first one. So you are not quite at the moot yet. If you could introduce yourself and your character so everybody on stream can see who and say hi to you, that would be awesome.
So I'm from Oscar Hammerstone. He is a Hildorf barbarian who is traveling with a caravan that are bringing a lot of wine to the moot from the monastery where he grew up.
All right. Thank you, David. Oscar, we'll get to you in one moment. Andal, go ahead.
I'm going to walk back to where we were standing and look around for Des and see if she's still around.
She is not. She seems to have wandered off. If you want to start looking for her, you can.
Oh, wait, and I'll just say in my mind, nice job, Bob. Scared her off. No, that's not... are there apples anywhere?
It'll take you a few... There's not some near where you're at. Probably take a couple minutes to go find some. You're sure there's probably somebody has some somewhere. They're just not.
I will go look
standing.
for apples.
Okay.
I will go look for apples.
Crumble and Piper, as you guys have been having this conversation, you notice that there's a gentleman who keeps wandering in and out of the tents, and Crumble, because you're always aware of what could possibly go wrong, you notice the fact that he's talking to himself out loud.
Huh, that's interesting.
What's interesting?
You see that gentleman going in and out of the tents? He seems to be talking to himself.
Maybe he has mushrooms. Let's go and talk to him.
Are you going to go over and talk to him?
Yeah, all right.
Okay, so let's put you back over here, put you back over here. And yeah, you see, it's Andal that you guys see over there. He keeps, he was walking around the tents. He's looking, it looks like he's looking for something, but he can't quite find it.
Apples.
Hey! Do you have any mushrooms?
I don't. You're a satyr.
Oh, mushrooms.
Yes, I am. You're a human, right?
I am indeed. You come from the plane of fairy, I assume?
Well, my tribe kind of did and kind of don't. We were in the kind of in between, but then something happened and now we're here. It's really cool though.
You're quite intoxicated already, aren't you?
As you're talking,
course not.
something leaps out of this man's coat pocket and grabs onto you, Dio. Piper.
Bob!
Oh, what's this?
That's Bob.
Would you like to see a picture of Bob? You
Hell
your-
yeah.
Should I pull my token for Bob
Yes,
out?
pull your token for Bob out, please. I'm gonna try this. Can I? How do I make this?
Click, hover over it, and click Shift Z. Or click on it and click Shift
There.
Z.
So everyone can see Bob. This is Bob.
No, Bob.
Bob doesn't have a mouth. Just so you know, Bob is about 6 inches tall.
And I say to Bob mentally, telepathically, you were supposed to stay in the pocket. We had a deal.
It's a satyr. She's so cute. Piper, you hear in your head in Sylvan. Do you speak Sylvan?
Yes.
In Sylvan, you come from home. You smell like home. You smell so good. You're so fluffy. I like fluffy. And he's just kind of like hanging on to your hip,
Bob.
and just rubbing his.
Go with her then. I don't care.
Hi, Bob, you are so funny. What are you? Are you also from the Fae? You speak Sylvan?
Yes.
That's so cool. Do you
Yes,
have any mushrooms?
I have no mushrooms. We're looking for apples.
I'm gonna move over to Crumble. Andal Greaves. I hold out my hand to you, Crumble. I'll let these two talk to each other.
Yes, please. She latched on to me about 20 minutes ago and hasn't stopped yet.
Lucky you. Satyrs are quite fun when they want to be. Sometimes too much so. Have you seen any apples?
It's a good question. Have I noticed any apples? Am I perusing the area?
Yes, absolutely. The halflings and gnomes have a veritable crap ton of apples, pears. If it grows on a tree and it's not citrus, they've got some.
I have seen apples.
Oh, excellent. Bob, I found apples. I say to him telepathically.
Apples? Bob scrambles back over and climbs up your shirt, hops in your pocket with his head sticking out. He's like, hey, Piper, you hear in your head, bye, satyr lady. See you later. Gonna get apples.
Which
Bye,
way?
Bob.
Can you point in the direction of that on the map, please?
I'd be glad to, but perhaps we should play a game first. You like games, right? It's a party?
Sure. What's this game? I'm curious.
All right. I'll do you the favor of telling you where the apples are if you win. I'll bet you sometime in the next 90 seconds, something terrible will befall you.
Me, particularly.
Yeah. Or something big that includes you and, the rest of us.
Can I make a wisdom roll, please?
Sure.
Okay. I need to see what... Huh? Fine.
He seems like a seer.
Oh, I'm not making it an insight check. I'm determining if my character would have the forethought to think this guy is going to ditch me with the satyr. And I wouldn't.
No, you are not well versed in interpersonal relationships.
No, I'm like, well, fine. I'll take that bet. Which way are the apples?
It has not yet been the allotted time.
Crumble, as you're counting off the allotted time, a spark, one of the embers flies off and lands about 5 feet away from you in this spot right here and catches the grass on fire.
Do I see this?
Yes,
I will press digitation to put it out.
it goes out.
Well, sometimes my my sense of scale's a little bit off. All right, I'll show you where the apples are.
Was that the thing you thought would happen?
Yeah. Obviously.
All right.
You do realize that, Ando, as you're looking at it, you're like, if you hadn't have been standing right there, it would have gone horribly bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
This would have
Absolutely.
gone up. So technically, he was right, but you managed to keep it
Yeah.
from being bad.
Right. Well, I turn to Crumble. Well, perhaps instead of seeing that as a horrible thing that was about to happen, maybe you were in the right place at the right time to tell me that something horrible was going to happen, so that I could prevent it from happening. Thus, that's a very good thing.
You could just say I lost the bet. Anyway, the apples are this way.
Which way are you taking me to get to the apples, Crumble? What path?
Let's see, where were the gnomes?
Right here. These are the gnomes. If you go,
I want to see which way he's gonna.
Yeah.
We're gonna go that way.
If you go that way, you have to walk past your Uncle Crumble.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
As we're walking that way, we walk past Des, and I will say, "1 moment, please." And I walk up to Des. I keep Bob on my shoulder at this point, since we're going to get the apples. And I will stop at Des, and I will say, I wanted to stop and apologize. This was the problem. And I pick up Bob by the scruff of his neck and just kind of hold him up in front of Des. He needs apples. We're going to get some. And if you'd like to join us, we'd be very, very, very happy if you did.
Piper, as you go to grab a hold of their arms, you see this very large turtle-looking thing that's just standing out, basking in the glow of the. He has moved closer, and it seems like he's just basking in the glow of this fire. And you've never seen anything like this before. Like, apples are fun, but this is new.
Ooh, guys, I have to take a moment. There's something super interesting over there. I have never seen something like that. I'll see you around. And I will go and say hi to this strange creature. Hi there. I'm Piper. What are you?
I'm Crosscall, Deep Speaker, and you are a satyr. What brings you from the Bacchanals to our moot? Did you think there would be more of your kind here?
No, I came here because I heard about this big party and I needed to check it out. I mean, after this, I can sometime maybe later, in a couple of years, return home and say that I was in the biggest, coolest party ever. What about you? What brings you here?
We are here to discuss what will happen now that the dragons have gone. But for us, it is a matter of survival. For you, it is a matter of fun. I do not wish to continue to talk. And he just turns his head and kind of sits kind of on his haunches a little bit like a turtle, and kind of looks at the fire, and just kind of closes his eyes and starts basking in the glow of the fire again. Oscar, you guys are still on the road because, well, you're dwarves and you don't move fast, and your friend brought you and the 3 dwarves that she could hire at the cheapest rate to bring. And the cheapest rate is once about every 3 hours, you guys fill up your kegs, fill up your glasses with beer. Because, it's right here. It's on the cart. You don't want to let it go to waste. I mean, if you never make it there, then somebody should drink it. Which is...
So we get to enjoy the cheap beer.
Yeah.
But the wine, the good wine.
Yeah, the good wine is up front. But it's more of the person driving the cart is which one of you is not the drunkest at the moment. I don't know how much you want to participate, but the three of them are basically rotating turns of drinking, sleeping, and driving. So you've not made the best of time.
Okay, I do have proficiency with both animal handling and land vehicles, so I could make a roll if you wanted me to.
No, they don't want you to drive because if you drive, then they don't get paid because they've been paid to drive and protect. And they've made that perfectly clear to you on the second day that when you got up and started early in the morning, were ready to go and do your part, and they kind of brought you off to the side and said, "Look, we're hired to drive. You're here just as her friend. Stay out of the seat."
In that case, then I am walking beside Toga, and I am very, very distracted by the sky because it is the first time I have been out of the hall.
Yeah.
It is so big. There is so much of it.
Oh, I know. Like, the first couple of times I came out, I tied myself off to the cart so I wouldn't fall. Like, there's nothing above us, right? Like, you could just keep, if you fell, you would just keep falling. There's nothing up there. It's so freaky.
Is that something that can actually happen? Should I get my rope?
No, it doesn't
Are we
happen.
good?
No, it doesn't happen, but it feels like it, doesn't it?
Yes. When you said that for a moment there, I was very, very worried. But
Well, I mean, I've never
good to
seen
know.
it. I've never seen it happen, but I mean, it might be able to happen. I mean, I've seen all sorts of weird things happen.
Like I felt a couple of sways and lurches, but that might just be that I've been drinking quite heavily since breakfast.
You know, I once saw a horse fly.
You are shitting me.
No, why would I do that? I mean, I know you're drunk and it's easy to take advantage of drunk people, but still, I saw a horse fly. It was beautiful. It was white, it had wings out of its shoulders. It was so majestic. Now that's something I can get on. I could do wonders with.
You should tell this to the stone carvers. That sounds like something that would make an excellent carving back in the hall. I am sure that somebody would want to document your experience.
I mean, imagine how much more I could get delivered if I could just fly there instead of taking these slow roads and having to pay people. I mean, you don't really get attacked in the air. Right? There's nothing up there to hit you, right?
Not since the dragons went away, I guess. I mean, I've only ever heard stories of them. They were gone by the time I was old enough to be told stories of such things.
Oh, dragons? Well, I mean, people say there are dragons all over the place, but I've never seen one. I mean, they talked about dragons that walk like we do, too. I think that's weird. Don't you think that's weird?
Do you think there are any still hidden in the wild somewhere?
Oh, no, they're all gone.
There must be at least one that I can kill.
Nah, Pops told me all gone. And Pops would never lie to me. It's not good business to lie.
It's also not good business to try to hire people for cheap if they think that they might run into something like a dragon while they are escorting your merchandise.
Oh, no, that was all me. These guys, there's nothing gonna happen. There's nobody out here. I travel this road all the time. These guys are just, Pops makes me take people with me. And he said that you weren't enough, so I had to get more people. So I just got Gorg and his two idiot brothers. They'll always go with me, and they're good in a fight.
I hope that something happens before we reach the moot. I am a little bit nervous. This will be the first time that I meet anybody other than a dwarf. Father Ulrich told me there is a saying that they use, not stone and iron like we do, but sleet, rain, hail, and walnut. That is what they say.
And just as you finish that sentence, out from the brush comes a lithe creature and dragging, basically almost fireman's carrying another, looks like an older version of this creature, out towards the road. Bakobi, you manage to stumble out of the woods into the road, and you see a cart with what appears to be short men with beards and axes, and a woman, or a female of this type.
Do you speak common?
Hail, and well met. I do. I speak common.
Yes, please. My speaker, he requires assistance. Do you have a healer?
I couldn't see what I can do. Will booze help? We have booze.
I do not know what this booze is.
It numbs pain, if nothing else. It will help. I will get some.
It's very hard to do for now. Are you going to the moot?
Yes, we are going there. If we cannot help, there will surely be somebody there who can. Join our wagon, my friend.
Good. Speaker, are you still with me? Can you still speak?
Avenate.
He's delirious. I'm gonna place him sort of like on the wagon if I can.
Yeah, there's a place to put him on there. Oscar, you've seen the monks treat wounded dwarves before. This is really bad. His whole side is covered in blood. This is not a good. You remember they used to do this thing they called Reiki to try to help. You were never very good at it, but you do remember some of it.
So I will take a flask of ale and like pass it across to Jacoby to sort of just administer this directly to the mouth. Try to make him swallow as much of it as you can. I do not know if I will help, but I will try to keep him stable until we can find a better doctor than myself. And I'm gonna.
This is pain medication, yes?
It is as close to it as we have currently.
He has no choice. I have to try. Speaker, open your mouth. I'll kind of like guide his mouth open and pour a little bit and kind of massage his. It is medicine. You must take it. It will help with the pain.
I know. All he keeps saying to you is deep speaker. That's the only thing he keeps repeating.
This is difficult. Will the deep speaker be a title that I would know?
No.
Okay.
He told you that this was a person who could help him.
I do not know. What do you have a name, sir?
I am Oscar. I will do what I can to help. And so Oscar starts sort of waving his hands in the air, sort of the way that he's seen the monks do, trying to remember everything that Father Ulrich told him about, like getting in touch with the energy that flows naturally through yourself, through the air around you, and just, as he usually does, gets really, really irritated because he doesn't understand it, none of it's working. And so instead just sort of grunts out in irritation, I will apply pressure to the wound.
Do you know of anyone known as the deep speaker?
I am not sure. Torka, have you heard of this person?
Deep speaker? You mean Crosscall? That guy's scary.
I do not know who.
I mean, he's the only one I know they call deep speaker, but I mean, he's a turtle. Like, what would he want? What are you?
We are elves. We come from the forest to the north.
Elves? There's no such thing as elves.
We are recent to your world.
God,
we have
myth. That's a myth.
We have only been here for perhaps several years.
You're a tall halfling, aren't you? Don't lie to me.
Do not know what a halfling is. but I do know that you probably have never seen my kind before. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jacobi Dunharold of the Dunharold family. It is a
She shakes your hand really vigorously, like a good dwarf would.
Jacobi has very delicate features, so she's like gripping his hand.
Yeah,
He's just like
She's like, well, it's good to meet you.
Little too hard.
She looks at Oscar. She looks at you and goes, "Well, we don't want this guy to die, so Oscar, you drive. You three knuckleheads, keep up if you can."
Okie dokie, as you have requested. I'll take hold of the reins and just crack them as hard as I can.
It is a rough ride, but it's only about 1.5 miles. You seem to have managed to come out in the right spot, Jacobi, even though your tracking skills are not exactly needed. This is not exactly tracking. It was more of head in a direction that you were going and hope you ran into it because the speaker's the only one that knew where he was going. So you just
Good
like,
thing.
well, we were going this way. I guess we'll keep going this way. And it managed to work out for you.
Of course, the entire time when I'm sort of riding along with the speaker, just whenever he's like looking like he's about to go unconscious, just give him like a light slap on the face, like stay with me, that sort of deal.
Yeah. So you guys are riding into the moot itself.
If you do not mind me asking, Jacobi, how was your friend injured? It looks like you must have fought something terribly strong and powerful.
Many. We were outnumbered. There were many more with me. My commander died in the escort. We were supposed to keep the speaker, safe. I am the only one alive, along with the speaker, so far. He must leave. It is very important to the future of the elves.
I am sorry for your loss, but maybe it is a blessing that you ran into us in the way that you did. I will do what I can to make sure that we get there and find this deep speaker you are looking for.
Yeah, praise the goddesses if it is true that they have led me to you.
So you reach the edge of the moot, which is, like I said, it is expansive. It's probably more than 1 mile or so. And Oscar, your friend's like, drive to the bonfire. That's where he'll be. And you just kind of start. You're going to need to make a.
You want me to drive this cart full of highly flammable booze directly towards the bonfire?
Well, not into the bonfire, you knucklehead.
Yeah, but I have got the horses running at a full gallop, and I cannot guarantee that they will necessarily stop when I ask them to.
Oh, look,
Here goes!
You're gonna have to make 2 handling checks for me, because the closer you get to the bonfire, the more closely packed the tents and people are.
Should I roll animal handling or land vehicles?
Land vehicles. All right. For about the first 600 or 700 yards, people are getting out of your way. The next couple hundred yards, not so smooth. A couple of casks fall off. Jacobi, I need you to make me a dex save. You managed to not fall off of the cart, but you were tossed around, and so is the speaker. He loses consciousness.
No. God. Is there any way to steady this thing?
Unfortunately, I am doing the best that I can. Unless you happen to know of any of these winged horses that Torga has been telling me about, this is unfortunately the most stable journey that I am able to provide under these current conditions.
Jacobi, make a history check, since he mentioned winged horses.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what a Pegasus is. They're very rare in the Feywild, but you've heard of them.
You refer to the Pegasi. You have them?
Apparently, Torga has seen one.
They are
Saw a big one, big white one.
a big white one. This is similar in size to the. He's sort of like glances to the horses, and
The
he's
horse.
trying to come up. Yes, the horse, similar in size to
Yes.
the horse.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from what I
Yes.
could tell.
It is white with wings.
Yes.
He's known as Pegasus. Pegasi for plural.
Ah,
We had some in the Feywild, but not many. They are rare creatures.
cool. I got to see one. That was awesome. All right, Oscar, slow down before you kill somebody. We're almost there.
Okay, I'll just pull back on the reins and try
make an
to.
animal handling check for me to see if you can. You've been running them like this for about 15 minutes, and they are just into it at this point. Yeah, you managed to. It takes about another 100 yards for you to finally get them under control. You guys skid to a halt, and I will place you guys. Oh, let's go here to my little people, and we will put Oscar out here, and we will put Jacoby out here. You guys arrive in this section back here, which is where you guys come in at. So your cart's parked. You guys are technically off of the map, still about 100 yards or so. Piper and you all have been having a nice conversation when you start to hear yelling and screaming and the sound of basically chaos erupting from the south. What are you guys doing? Crumble, you just assume that it is now a horde of angry animals. It's a stampede, and you know it couldn't come at a better time.
I quickly look up in the direction of wherever that ruckus is.
You
Yeah.
see-
Still haven't gotten the apples.
Sorry, go ahead, Des.
Oh, I just pull out a bone dagger in one hand, like quickly, and look towards it.
Piper and Crumble.
That's interesting.
Ooh, that sounds like chaos. Maybe the party's getting picked up over there. I will go.
Yeah, you start making your way over there. Yeah, Crumble, are you going anywhere, or are you paying attention to it, or are you just assuming that it's over and just kind of resigned to drinking your drink?
Oh no, I want to see.
All right. So you guys look over and see, as the chaos is erupting, you look over and see this cart with barrels. You see a female dwarf and a male dwarf who looks like he's basically driving this thing into hell. Like he is just driving this thing into the gates of hell, and then all of a sudden you see the girl dwarf start to wave her arms and kind of slap at him and like, stop it, stop the cart before you kill us all. And you see him finally get a hold of, like it takes him a moment, he finally gets a hold of these horses and brings them to a halt about 100 feet away from you guys. And everybody make a perception check, except for Oscar and Jakob.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm
so,
very aware.
Yes. Piper and Crumble, you see a creature in the back that you haven't seen before. Crumble, you've never seen one before. Piper, it's an elf.
Oh, elves! Oh my gosh, they're a little bit stuck up, but elves! I will go quickly to say hi. Maybe I can get them drunk.
As you start shouting elves, you garner the attention of everyone around you.
As Piper has approached, Oscar has sort of been walking forward, just looking for any help. Is going to sort of look across to her and go, "Hello, we are in a little bit of an emergency here. If you can point me in the direction of the deep speaker. Toga, what was his name again?
It's Cross Cole.
Yes, if you can point us towards him and tell him that we have a medical emergency, there is a very wounded elf that is in need of his help, then I will give you a first pick of the wine that we have on our cart.
Of course. Well, I can point you to that direction. I can also help the person. I can cure wounds, and I will point to the turtle and said, he's a little bit rude. I think he's really, really old, and he hasn't had any booze yet. So you can go and tell him that you need help. He's over there. I will try to help this
But
person.
nah, we need help now.
I'll help.
Oh God.
And I will climb and try to cure wounds if I can.
Sure. Go ahead.
I'll lay on hands.
For one,
Yep.
it seems to stop the bleeding, but you need to, you're not sure, like, it's not just an arrow wound. It seems like something else. Do you have medicine?
I have. See. I can roll for medicine.
Yeah, you can roll. It seems like maybe it's a, like, poison. You know, you've seen kind of the same thing when somebody drinks bad wine. Like, it's not really a poison. You're kind of maybe a poison. Like, you're not really sure. Like, he's kind of got the same symptoms, but then again, it could be. You can smell the wine on him, so maybe it's just bad wine.
Oh, dear, you shouldn't be drinking that. Whatever it is you drank, you shouldn't be drinking that.
It was. I was told that it would help with the pain.
Well, yes, if it's a good wine, you can also try to clean the wound with it. Probably it's better to clean the wound with it and drink it. Oh.
If not, I do not understand. It does not look what we were given. It did not look like wine to me.
This is the finest fortified wine that we have in the Hammerstone Monastery, and it is absolutely not rubbing alcohol that one would use for antiseptic. This is good quality booze. Many monks spent many years brewing this.
Oscar,
Is anybody getting the deep speaker not for me?
Oscar,
I am going now. Sorry.
Make a perception check. Oscar. Yeah, you noticed that you didn't give him the really good stuff. You gave him the stuff that was slotted to be given to the humans.
Oh yeah, I absolutely know that, but I'm not going to let the honor of my monastery be besmirched in such a manner.
You're just like, this is totally. You're looking over. It's
It
like,
could be the worst dwarf rock gut you could find, and I will tell you that it is high class.
yeah. Okay, that's fine. I didn't know that you knew that you were doing that, but I just wanted to. Yeah, Piper, you know that this is not good stuff. Like, you can just smell it. Like, you have a refined palate, and whatever this dwarf said is the best stuff, you should probably dump it. Like, you can feed it to humans, but that's about it. Like, this is not for normal consumption, right?
Yes. Oh my gosh, you have terrible taste. You said that you're in a monastery. That will explain a lot.
Will you
Right.
stop arguing about the alcohol? Can you make sure that he remains stable?
I'm trying.
He
But
seems
I-
better. He seems better. Like, he's not breathing as heavy, but he still looks like he's hurt.
Is he still unconscious?
Oh yeah, totally unconscious. Crumble, you see Piper on the back of this wagon, and she seems to be arguing with a dwarf about the palatability of the current alcohol. And she's arguing with the creature you've never seen before, who kind of looks like a really tall, skinny halfling. And arguing to him about taking care of somebody.
You must understand, the speaker is very important. If he does not survive, then we will not have a meeting for the elves. It is going, everything be ruined. He must be saved so that he can speak to your leaders.
Okay. Do I see Crumble?
Yeah, you see Crumble coming up.
Okay. Crumble! Hi! Do you know any medicine? Like, I've been trying to help this dude over here, but they gave him really bad wine. And I don't know how to induce him to vomit. He's unconscious, so I don't want to do that. So, can you help?
Was I giving him poison to drink?
It's good for humans, I think. But for us that have a little bit more refined palate, well, I will say it's not good for us.
I take a quick look and see that he's still relatively stable. It's not much I could do for him.
He's not stable at all. He's just not in the process of dying at the moment.
Yeah, so he's stable.
As far as he's aware, that's the only thing. It's either you're not currently dying or you're unstable.
Yes. Well, I think
there's been a bunch of shouting. Didn't they want to go see the old turtle?
Yeah. That's kind of what
Crumble will point to the turtle next to the fire. He's right over there.
Thank you. My name is Oscar. What is yours?
Oh, you can call me Crumble.
Karambal. I may need time to learn how to say that properly, but okay. Can you introduce me to Kraskul, please? Karambal.
Well, I think Piper would be better with that. I think she was talking to him earlier.
Is Piper the one who has been besmirching the good name of my monastery?
Not your monastery, your wine.
Are you still arguing when you should be fetching the deep speaker for me, please?
Okay. Oh my gosh, elves. I'll go.
Right.
And I will go sleeping and running.
All right, Des and Andal, while you guys are discussing whether or not it's your issue or not, you can see Crumble and Piper arguing with these dwarves, and you see this other creature. Andal, you suddenly realize as you're studying the scene a bit more that that's an elf, and they're not supposed to be here. Like, they're not from here. They're supposed to be in the Fae. Like, that's where they live. Seeing them here is not usual.
Okay. We're having this conversation about going forward, and you say to stay behind you, Des, and as I see them, see the elves, I completely ignore that statement and rush around you and say, elves are here. We have to find out what's going on. And I grab the hand that doesn't have the knife and kind of pull you along with me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little not running as fast as I could, but that's mostly probably because I run faster than you.
I'm not running as fast as I could either. I'm just kind of like moving quickly in that direction, not even paying attention to like what I'm doing or whether you're following me or not. Like if you had like fallen to the ground, I would be dragging you along with me because
absolutely. I do my best. Like I stay on my feet just fine, and I'm just kind of like I'm keeping an eye out for potential threats because I'm like, this is what I was talking about, reckless human mage.
And as soon as I get up, I don't even think I noticed that the turtle was here either, and so now there's like a turtle and elves, and my brain fills with questions that I want to ask. I kind of don't know who to talk to first.
Move yourself over there where you're at.
Mm-hmm. At this point, I've shoved Bob in my pocket and telepathically told him to stay there. Something's happening.
Okay.
I mean, I'm behind you because you're dragging me.
Mm-hmm.
What seems to be the issues?
There's an injured elf over there. I tried to help him, but I don't think I did a really good job. I think they serve him really, really bad alcohol, and he's unconscious, and I don't know what to do. Can you help?
An elf drink alcohol from here? That doesn't
Yeah,
seem quite right.
I know. It smells really bad.
He looks.
That was maybe my fault. I was trying to help. Booze can numb the pain. I was unaware that elves cannot drink booze quite the same way that dwarves can.
Yes. Very well. He starts to saunter over, like he's not in any hurry.
Oscar is just going to sort of flit alongside him in a sort of a way that he's practiced on some of the elder monks at the monastery, of just like peppering him with questions and more information, trying to hurry him along. There is Jacobi of the Dawn Herald, I think he said his name was, and the translator. The translator is the one who is sick, and it is very important because the elves. I don't think they all speak common particularly well, but this one probably is the one who is the best at that, and so they need you to heal him because they need to be able to speak to the leaders at the moot, because that is why they are here.
So he wanders over, dragging the entourage of small, weird people behind him, as you all flock with him to go see what it is. Ando, you just follow behind him. Is like, if this dwarf will shut up for 2 seconds, I have like 35,000 questions I need to ask this guy.
Yes,
right?
I have very many questions.
But you're kind of polite, and you're just kind of waiting for your chance to pipe in. But you also know that something more important is going on. You get the sense that this is not just a drunk elf, which seems odd to you because they don't drink the same way that we do. Turtle gets over.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
The turtle gets there and he goes, the speaker. And he looks at you, Jacoby, and in fluent Elvish says, "You were attacked, yes?"
Responding back in Elvish, Avavain, yes, we were attacked by a large group of creatures and people. They had torches, they had pit wolves. They attacked us in mass. There were so many of them. We were outnumbered, 3-1 at least, and it was only getting worse.
We suspected as much. He will be fine. You see him reach over, he grabs the arrow and just yanks it out. And he's like, points over at Crumble. "You there, boy, come here."
Yes.
You are familiar with poisons, yes? And healing?
In healing a little bit, not too much about poisons.
Take this over to the Azure tribe and tell them that we need to know what this is now. He hands you the arrow. And then he lays his hand on top of the Seeker's wounds, and you see his hand start to glow in a bluish green light, like you would kind of see off of phosphorescent moss, luminescent moss. And you see the wound start to heal a bit, but it doesn't completely heal. And Jacobi, the Seeker's eyes open up, and he's like, Andere, which is, are we there? Are we safe?
We are here, Speaker. You are being tended to by the Deep Speaker.
You see him look over at the Deep Speaker and put his hand on the Deep Speaker's hand. Old friend, it is good to see you again. We must speak. And then he just kind of, as he says that, he kind of raises his head back down and kind of closes his eyes. And the deep speaker says, "You need time to rest and recuperate.
I will guard him in the meantime.
Take
And
take him to my tent. I must speak with you, young elf."
Very well. I'll kind of help the speaker and kind of carry him mostly on my shoulders to.
Yeah, you get about 15 feet, and you guys turn around and notice. Those of you who are there notice that there are about 5 turtles that have come up behind you, and it's kind of disturbing because they were really, really quiet. And you're like, how can something that big and bulky be that quiet? And they reach over and they just take the speaker away from you, Jacoby, and you see them carrying him gently into the large tent.
He kind of grits his teeth, like he wants to say something, but he just kind of thinks better of it and just follows quietly.
The speaker turns around and goes, "What is that you have with you?" And he's pointing at you, Andal. He's motioning towards your pocket, towards your shirt. "What is that you've brought with you?"
Which speaker is talking to me? The deep speaker?
Deep speaker. Yeah, deep speaker. What is that you have with you that you've brought with you?
I've seen how people have interacted with him and referred to him, so I'm going to step up, just a step forward, and in deference, almost, and say, "Deep speaker, I've brought my familiar Bob from the plane of fairy. He guided me for many years, and he has guided me here. He is both childlike and wise."
Yes. The snouted ones.
Yes.
They are very wise and quite childlike. You are very honored you should be very honored that one has chosen to stay with you as long as it has.
I do consider myself honored with his friendship. He is both my caretaker and my own personal ball of trouble.
Yes, they tend to do that.
He's his family. I pipe up.
I glance over at Des, and then back to the tree.
He doesn't have any other one.
You were
I suppose that's true.
You were kin to the forked tongue one, yes? He points at you, Des.
Yes.
But you do not share his appetite for chaos, do you?
I would prefer not to answer that question. They would either get me in trouble with you folks or with my family.
That interests me. I don't say that out loud. It just kind of,
It seems that fate has brought the number of you together. I do not think it coincidence that you, mage, have brought your familiar from whence you come, and a satyr, and a tiefling who defies her nature, all show in the same time as the elves thrive in need.
Speaking of, I would like to ask many questions, if I'm allowed. I'm curious about how they've come to be here on the material plane.
All in good time, little one. First, I must tend to the speaker to make sure he survives the night. We'll discuss this tomorrow at the breaking of fast.
I think you should know. I tried a little bit of Reiki on him as well in the cart, and it didn't seem to work. And I really hope I haven't scrambled his chakras or something. He'll be okay, won't he?
We will tend to him. Yes. It is
Ricky,
good.
what's that?
It is good that you tried. You do not always need to succeed, but trying is more important. And he wanders off without another word. And if you have questions for him, he ignores you as he goes back to his tent, as he is wont to do.
Well, I was told to follow him, so I will be doing so.
Yeah, he leads. He goes inside the tent. And he leads you. He motions to a small cot next to where or to the ground next to where the seeker is. I assume you want to stay here. Yes.
Of course, I must stay with him, at the very least until he is good to stand on his own.
It will be a long night. You should get some rest. It seems you have had a very difficult time.
It is strange. Everyone that we traveled with, much more experienced than me in combat, in exploration, in missions. This was my first, but I escaped unscathed, and everyone else dead or lay dying.
Yes, but you performed your duties admirably. Your task was to make sure he arrived here. Correct?
It was.
And he did so, yes?
With many strokes of luck.
Maybe it was more your skill and determination than just mere luck.
If you say so, dear speaker. I am sorry. The speaker called you an old friend. Did you used to be on the Feywild?
I have traveled to many places, to many planes. I have seen and made many friends. Your speaker is just but one. But now I must meditate to make sure he survives the night. We will speak again in the morning. And he assumes a crouching position where he's sitting down, but he doesn't have a butt, so the edge of his shell kind of rests forward. So, and he just sits there. He crosses his arms in front of him, closes his eyes, and begins to hum a low gruttle.
Jacobi will probably sit in front of the cot that his speaker's on and enter a trance-like state himself. Something that is rather well known to elves as a way to rest in a short and focused fashion.
Right. Sometime during the night, one of the turtles brings in a small tray of food, nuts, berries, and fresh, clean spring water. If you ever decide to eat, they just set it down next to you in a little tray. So we'll go back to the rest of you. What is everyone else doing now that the excitement is still tension?
I think
Piper will go to get some wine from the Crimson Ash and give it to Jacoby if he wants to, and tell him, this is the good shit if you need to. You seem that you need something to drink. I have drinking myself. I assure you, it's really good. Don't drink anything else except water. If you want to, those are the guys, the Crimson Ash, that have the good wine.
Please. I have been through a very much excitement today, and I am very tired. I appreciate your gift and your attempt to help the speaker. I will, of course, accept. It is a pleasure meeting you, Miss
Piper!
Piper. I do not believe I introduced myself. I am known as Jacobi Don Harold. It is a name I wear quite proudly.
Nice to meet you, Jacoby. What are you doing outside the Fae?
I would have, by the way, definitely walked up had I noticed her bringing him wine and him being outside the tent, I would have walked up and just kind of stayed within earshot, but not interrupted their introductions to one another until there is an opening.
Sure.
It is a bit of a long story.
I understand. Get some rest, have some wine. If you need anything, a song or good vibes or a shoulder to cry, and be around. Just
Jacoby will sort of like grab Piper's hand and just kind of like sandwich his hands on top of hers.
I appreciate all of your concern, but right now, it would be good if I just received some peace and quiet and rest.
okay. I'll be around. In just shout my name, and I will just bounce around and go out near the fire and keep singing.
Very good.
Jacoby, are you? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Are you sitting or standing when she walks away?
He's sitting.
Okay, I will come and kneel down in front of you and put a hand out, and I will say, I'm sorry to bother you. I overheard that you need rest, and so I will leave you be. My name is Andal, and I spent time in the Feywild. I am curious as to how you and your kin came here. I will not pepper you with questions now, but I am curious as to how that happened.
And quite curious myself. Douane in the far wild. Very strange. I never heard of such a thing.
I can give you. Well, I pull out Bob. The deep speaker spoke of him. This is my familiar Bob. He is from your realm, and it's the closest thing I can come to proving that what I tell you is true.
I do not seek to believe everyone I meet is immediately a liar. Do not worry about needing to prove yourself to me.
Jacoby, you recognize the Kirumonkurs. You know that they're very friendly if you're friendly to them, and they can be the biggest pain in your ass if you treat them badly.
I will one of the berries that I was given by the turtles. I'll go ahead and feed to him.
Oh, he snorts it right up and just kind of looks at you a little bit. He's still not sure. You can tell he's like not sure that you're supposed to be where you're supposed to be, and he's like, but he kind of gives you like this little wink. And if he could smile, you could tell he was smiling from the little berry. And then he climbs back up into Andal's shirt.
If you would like to speak at length about our mutual curiosities in the morning, I might be available, provided the speaker does not require my services.
Andal, I nod to you, and I say, it will be a pleasure to learn of your people and how they came here, and I will relay whatever I can about my experiences. I do not have a lot of knowledge of the Feywild. I was there, but I was in seclusion most of the time.
Well, we will speak about it later. It has been a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Randall.
It's a pleasure. Sorry, I did not catch your name.
Jacoby Don Harold.
Rest. And if you need any sort of assistance, I would be happy to offer it. And I stand up. I'll get out of your hair.
Jacoby just sort of like sits back, and as Andal's leaving, he just kind of thinks to himself that the people here are somewhat strangely helpful and curious in a way that he was not particularly anticipating.
Okay, and with that, we're going to take a small break. It's about 2 hours, which is time for our union-mandated break.
So I have to get more tea.
So we will be back in a few minutes. Thank you very much. And this time I'm going to remember to turn everything on, because that's how I roll. All right, we are back. I'd like to thank you for watching. Thank you again, Fuckable Lemon, for following. I'd like to remind everybody that for every 10 followers I get, I am gifting a sub to Mark Knight over on his Twitch channel, because his adoring fan base and players want him to dab on camera, which he refuses to do. But if he when he hits 200 subscribers, he's going to do that. And because I like being a pot stirrer, I have said that when he hits 200, the top donator for subs on his channel will receive a copy of The Explorer's Guide to Wildemount. And when I hit 50 followers, I am going to randomly raffle off to the first 50 followers a small block of D&D minis. I don't know what block it is. I'm just going to have to wait, and those will both be provided by my sponsor. That's the word. It's a word in the English language. My sponsor, Comic Book World. If you haven't been on the stream long enough, Nightbot will yell at you to go visit them. I have managed to tame Nightbot. I think I put a leash. Mark, I want to apologize. I think I got the leash tightened up on Streamlabs, but I can't be sure. So just be careful. I know Streamlabs doesn't like you. Nightbot is kind of your friend, but I know he kind of took it out on you the other day.
If Nightbot is Saruman, then Streamlabs is Sauron. Okay.
He was not nice the other day, was he?
No. By the way, we're at 136 subscribers over on our channel, so we're like getting really close to having me dab. I'm very nervous about it. Very, very nervous about it.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
I also want to make sure that we mentioned our friends, since Izzy is in the chat at the moment. We want to mention our friends over Nat30. They just hit their affiliate this week, the beginning of this week. Also, Nat Awesome got hers as well. So please check them out. Again, this is a great community we've got built here. Mark, DM the Mark Knight is our sister stream. I consider the Nat 30s and the Nat Awesomes to be our stepsister streams. So
yeah, we got some networks going on. We got some networks going on. It's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, it's awesome. We love you guys. Again, check them out. Check out their sponsors. Little shout out for your sponsor there, Mark.
Oh yeah, Farboco. They're based out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. They are working on shipping beyond local. They are new to the online store business, and so they're learning about it. But please check them out and consider maybe purchasing a gift card or something like that for when they do get their online store ready for shipping outside of local. They are awesome people. They're just awesome people in general. Check out what they're doing in the Lancaster area. They support a lot of inclusive type causes in our area, including LGBTQ stuff and Black Lives Matter. They very much support those communities and do all kinds of things to support those communities. They are awesome people. They care a lot about their community and not just gaming. So please go check out their store, support what they do. They support us. They provide us with prizes, and they tell everybody to come watch our stream. So show them some love.
Comic Book World you can go to Comic Book World, comicbookworld.com, and order online from them. They have two stores, one in the Florence, Kentucky, which is we're just south of Cincinnati, Ohio, and they have one in Louisville, Kentucky. They do ship. I believe they ship within the contiguous U.S., the lower 48. They may ship internationally. You will have to check on their website because I don't have to order from them because I live less than 3 minutes from them.
They're across the street from you, man.
Yes, they are literally. It takes longer to drive to Comic Book World than it is to walk to Comic Book World. They're great people. Like I said, they take care of it. They've been here in the community since 1985, in the same store in the same location. And for all of you who live in other places, I beg of you, please, 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 please patronize your local gaming store. I am not against big box stores. I am not against online shopping of any kind for anything that you must get. But if you're going to buy gaming supplies, please find your local gaming store and go help them out. That is where we all got started as gamers, and that's where we need to keep our focus, is the local gaming stores. Especially since this crisis has put a real hurt on a lot of the smaller mom and pop stores. Hostility. He got you. That was Automod. Where the hell did that come from?
How many bots do you have?
I don't know. This is what happened. I let my 15-year-old Spencer set all this stuff up for me because he had more time to do that while I was busy designing maps and stuff. Because somebody wanted a giant map for their city that's huge and need all the streets named in it.
Who was that?
I don't know. Some guy I knew. Some guy I met online. Some weirdo. He
What
offered
an
me
ungrateful
candy.
piece
He
of
offered me
crap.
candy, and I said that was a good trade. So, all right. So let's get back. So that could be you were sitting outside. We're sitting inside the tent, or outside the tent.
Inside the tent, next to the speaker, you know, just in case.
Piper has wandered off to go have some more partying. Andal has made his introductions to Jacoby and has wandered off, and it is nighttime. It is nighttime. So what are you collectively or individually doing at this point?
Crumble's gonna see if he can't determine anything about the poison on the arrow before he gets to the Azure Tribe to have them check it out.
Make a medicine check.
Ooh, not what I was hoping.
Unless you are proficient in well, that'll work. Unless you're proficient in like herbalism or poison, but that medicine check will do. It's wyvern poison. Like you can smell it. You've seen the poison on when someone died in the tribe of a wyvern attack. This is the same smell, same consistency.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, and then I'll go ahead and take it over to the Azure Tribe to see what they think it is.
There's a guard standing out front, and he just seems like he is not a happy person. Like he doesn't want to be wherever he's at. And he's like, "What do you want, Bear Tribe?"
Oh, I came at the behest of the Deep Speaker. They wanted to see if you could identify the poison on this arrow.
What, do you think we can't identify a simple poison? Give me that. He reaches out and tries to just yank it out of your hand. Like he's not even waiting for you to hand it over.
Yeah, I let him take it.
He's like, "You wait right here. Don't touch anything or break anything." And he goes inside one of the tent. He goes inside this tent over here. He goes inside this tent over here. Are you waiting for him to come back, or?
I'm actually going to go back to the Deep Speaker and tell him what the poison is, and then I'll come back for the arrow.
Okay. You go back over to the tent, and there's a turtle standing outside who is blocking your entrance.
Oh, hello. Will you please tell the deep speaker that I have identified the poison on the arrow as he asked?
What was it?
It was wyvern poison.
Liver. Highly rare. Very potent. Thank you, little one. And he just stands there.
I'll stand there awkwardly for like 30 seconds and go, all right, glad to help. And I'll go back for the arrow.
I'm gonna approach Oscar and just ask him, "What's Reki?"
Oh, it is one of the techniques that some of the monks in my monastery are familiar with. It has certain healing properties. I have never entirely mastered it myself, but it seemed like desperate times, desperate measures. I only hope I haven't done any long-term damage to his spirit or chakras or whatever the hell it was. I wasn't really listening when Father Ulrich was trying to teach me. It was kind of really boring. And Oscar's going to sort of turn back and rummage through the wagon that came on and pull out a bottle and sort of gesture towards Piper. I did promise, because she helped me to find where the deep speaker was, that I would give her one of the bottles. This is one I happened to brew myself, and I find there is nothing quite like
the good stuff.
Oh,
I brewed this one. I can give it to who I want.
Fine, but that's okay. Just gonna have that with breakfast.
Torga, you and your men are of course welcome to have a glass as well. I was just about to say that I find that there is nothing quite like a good wine to make new friends with.
Oh, okay, that's better. I thought you were just going to give it away. That's just, you can't just give stuff away. How many times have I told you that? Get a good price for it.
Is just going to look across to Andal and sort of like thinking back on the way that the day has gone. How is your alcohol tolerance?
fair.
We will start you with a small glass and see if you can keep up.
Sure, I can do that.
Piper!
Sure, that's a good idea.
Who calls my name?
I glance over at Des. Up until he called over the Seder, it seemed fine.
Maybe just see if Bob wants it.
That's what I was going to do.
Oh, okay.
Piper, you see somebody else with horns, but they're not a satyr.
What are you? I like your horns. They're really good. Do you want to run together?
I'm gonna step back and kind of whisper to Des as I do. You remember that defensive posture you took from before, and put her in front of me.
I do just that.
Oh, let's ram your horns look so cool. Let's see.
My horns are not for ramming. If I want to injure you, I have other ways.
Injure. It's not for injure. It's for fun. It makes the blood pumping and the alcohol tastes better afterwards.
Not an idea of fun.
I take the small glass of alcohol that Oscar gave me, and I was originally going to give to my familiar, and I just downed the. I just started taking like a shot.
Oh, did you have alcohol? Oh my god! It's not the alcohol you gave him, right? Like that poor elf.
No.
Let me smell that.
This is one that I brewed myself. At the monastery, we grow the grapes in the volcanic soil, and it makes for quite a pleasant flavor. I stumped the wine, I added the yeast, I brewed them. It has proved for the past couple of years. It happens to be a fortified wine, so we added a little bit of brandy to it to give it an extra kick. Try some. I'm sure you'll like it.
I
GM, is this a good shit or?
I don't know. Oscar, make your brewing roll. I've never said
I
that.
don't think I have that already set up.
Sentence out loud. So,
What would that just be like a flat proficiency roll for brewer supplies, or would it have an ability?
You're proficient with brewer supplies, yes?
Yes, I am.
So it would be a. I want to say the highest stat that you have is that's either an intelligence or dexterity, and roll that with advantage.
Interesting.
Because you're either smart enough to mix it properly, or you're deft enough to make sure that the measurements are right. That's your choice. Well, you have advantage. Wow. You have advantage.
That's good.
It's not good.
Oh wow!
Oh my god, it's not good at all.
Just you love to see it, and you also hate to see it.
This is like bathtub back alley moonshine.
As you guys are arguing, you see Oscar. You see Andal take this glass, just upend it into his mouth, and Andal, it's like drinking vinegar. Like this is just
it hits my palate. The minute it hits my palate, I cast prestidigitation on it to try and wash the
There's
taste out
not
of my
enough
mouth.
time. You were just looking to down that. You were just like just tipped it all in your mouth. There's nothing you can do to make it. There's nothing you can do to make it taste better.
No.
It soured. It was not.
Oh, gross.
Yeah.
He like makes a face and is clearly drinking something bad. I turn towards the dwarf who clearly made this and hold my knife out towards him. I'm like, what did you put in it?
I will smell it. I was like just dripping out. Grab his hand and bring him to the Crimson Ash people to try actually good wine.
Yeah.
Wait, I had questions for him.
Yeah.
It is mostly grapes, brandy, some flavoring. Still only an apprentice in the craft, and so it is possible that I miscalculated when I added the brandy and made it a bit too potent.
I don't think that's where grapes either. Like I have tasted bad shit because of the bacchanals, but this is thing that you cook with. You don't drink it, you might cook it.
Oscar, as you hold the glass in your hand and you have the bottle in your hand, you go to sniff it and you're like, oh, this seal has gone so bad. Yeah, it did not stay sealed. You did not get it sealed properly, and it has basically just fermented its ass completely out over the course of the trip.
Enough alcohol for today, I think.
Yeah, you've got a good one. You were eating earlier, yes, Andal?
Yes.
And you had a couple drinks already?
I had a singular glass of wine that I ended up putting Bob into. So I didn't even drink all of it.
Okay.
Oh, and I had a swig of the mead from the bear tribe, but that was terrible, so I've just been carrying it around.
Then give me a Constitution save, please.
Okay, I will do so. That's a 5.
Oh no.
Yeah, that something about this and the apricots that you had earlier and some of the cheese not going over well. You do not feel good.
That's good.
You might want to excuse yourself before you embarrass yourself in front of the ladies.
I'm not sure this guy has a place to go pass out to.
I don't think I need to pass out. I think I need to throw up.
Yeah.
It's not a party if someone is not throwing up, so we are getting to the good shit now.
Oh, God.
I have found that drinking more sometimes helps induce vomiting.
I say excuse me, and it's the only thing I get out of my mouth, and I just turn around away from everybody, and I don't even have time to walk. It's like one of those things that catches you off guard. Like I take a step forward and it's too late. It's over.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, it
Well,
does
you
not
have to
smell
drink
good. Piper, this is one of the best parties you've been at. There's been blood, there's been arguments, there's been like 16 new things that you've seen. You've got some of the you've had good and bad drinks. Like this is
Oh my gosh! You know what, guys? The only thing missing for this being legendary party is having like people just having sex. I don't see anyone, but the night is young, and I still grab Oscar to try to bring him to the good wine and try to educate him on good shit.
Oscar looks back over his shoulder with an absolute panic-stricken expression on his face. Save me! Save me!
Who are you saying this to?
Anybody who's in.
Anybody who will take pity on him.
Yeah, this lady wanted to ram me, so I'll just get out of your way.
Crumble. You see all this going on as you're waiting for this guy to come back out, and just as Andal pukes and Piper makes her comment about the sexual proclivities that haven't began yet, this guy comes back out and goes, "It's giant snake venom. Here, how did you not know that?" He hands you the arrow back.
Not much with poisons, thank you. Is there a way I can preserve any of the poison that's left on the arrow, potentially for reuse?
No, it was in the. You know that you'd like to, but it's been in the body too long, and you know that they scraped a bunch of it off to try to test it and start it. So. But you do hear, Piper talking about orgies. So I mean, that could go horribly wrong. You might want to check on that.
I'll walk in the other direction.
If I can, I'm going to catch up to her where she's dragging Oscar away.
Okay, you catch up to her because Oscar's trying to put up a fight but not make it obvious.
I'm going to cast guidance on him, look him in the eye, and go, "Only those who save themselves can really be free." And then I'll walk off.
Is that supposed to be helpful?
How hard are you resisting, Oscar?
I'm mostly making like token protests because she has said that we're going to get wine. So.
Yeah. She drags you over to where Crumble was just a moment ago, and this guy's standing outside, and he's like, "You again? We're almost out. You've drunk almost all of our wine."
This is an emergency. This guy thinks that he can brew good wine, and I smell it, and it was almost vinegar. He needs to be educated. This is for the future of everyone in the party. If he keeps giving shit to people, everyone is going to get sick.
Well, yeah.
I
mean, everyone knows that we make better wine than dwarves do. That's just common knowledge. How do you grow grapes underground? That's just dumb.
It's
I knew that
volcanic
they were
soil, and it happens to grow excellent grapes that produce a spectacular wine. There was a slight mix-up with the sealing process.
Well, you would
You
say
got-
that.
you got a
You're a
guide seat.
dwarf. You have an unquenchable palate that is fine drinking rot gut. How would you know a good wine if you tasted wine?
Thank you. Can you give him something so he can at least learn, please?
Oh, I am terribly sorry if your delicate sensibilities require that you may only drink watered down, sweet, flavorful beverages
Fine.
and cannot handle a little bit of kick in your booze.
Fine. He marches over to here. Both of you make perception checks. You both see when he opens that up, that's full of kegs, of flasks of wine. He told you they were almost out, Piper. They have a whole tent of this.
I don't fault him because it's the first night and everyone knows that if a party needs to last, the alcohol needs to last. So I will grab that information in the back of my mind just to keep it there.
He brings out two horns full. He's like, here. And he hands one to Piper very nicely, and he just kind of shoves it and sloshes it at you, Oscar. He's like, here. Drink it.
Oh, are you sure that you want to spare some of your ever so fanciful wine
gosh,
for a dwarf who would rather be drinking Rotgut? And Oscar's going to take a slug from his own bottle of booze and, like, visibly grimace. Now that is...
Oh my gosh!
You get an inspiration for that, Oscar. Go ahead.
I can smell that shit from here. Oh my gosh! Just drink that good wine, okay? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You do the best wine I have ever tasted, and I have tasted a lot of wine. Congrats! You have the seal of approval of a satyr.
Oscar's going to just like, meekly pick up the cup, take a sip.
Oh, it's.
Maybe I should switch to brewing beer instead.
Yes. This wine is fantastic. Now that you've had another like 3 glasses of this, Piper, you know what the ingredient is that you couldn't quite make out. It's honeysuckle.
I know. I have tasted this.
So imagine nice, good white grapes with a honeysuckle sugaring process. It's almost a mead. Like if it was any stronger, it'd be a mead, but it's right on the line of being a wine. Des, you and Andal are having this conversation, and you can hear this argument over your shoulder about the alcohol.
I have no interest in arguments about alcohol.
When your face darkens a little bit and you say sorry, I was like, I'm like suddenly looking about myself. I miss that the darkening of your face because I'm checking myself for puke, and I prestidigitate any signs of it away as I kind of self-consciously check around, and then I look up and I say, "Oh, you don't have to apologize. I wasn't upset. Just you've been poking fun at me all day. I thought I'd poke some back."
You need to work on your tone. If you're going to poke fun at someone, you should sound like you're poking fun at them.
Well,
now, should we go see what those guys are up to before they get into a fist fight over alcohol?
I look up. Oh, well, if you want to break that up, you go right ahead. I'm not going to let you do it alone. And I slowly stand back up.
I help him stand.
I'm not wobbly, okay? It just tasted terrible.
Yeah, whatever you say.
So I should sound like that is what you mean.
Yes.
I'm gonna, ladies first. And I'll pull, like, I'm wearing a backpack because I travel around a lot, and strapped to my backpack is my quarterstaff, down the side of the backpack. And I'm just gonna, undo the ties that keep it there and pull it into my hand and walk with the quarterstaff, trying to look wizardly as I approach this argument.
Can you describe that staff for us now that it's out in the open?
Yes, it is a gnarled wooden branch that is, I'd say, several inches taller than I am. I'm about 5'11". This is probably about 6'3" staff. At the top, it has these gnarled branches that come off of it, and embedded in those branches is a diamond that is tied into it with that's kind of tied and wrapped into the staff with vines and kind of a braided rope that is made of some vegetation that would be natural to the Fey realm, but not here on the material plane. The staff is like white like birch, and has those breaks in the skin where you can see darker bark underneath.
Des, he pulls this out, and your other self, the deeper self that you've been raised at, notices this gem at the top, and for a moment you think that would look really good on a necklace.
I feel that, and I try to fall in step with him a little bit at an angle where he won't be able to really see my face or anything, and try to sound really casual. I'm just like, so another souvenir from the wilds, I assume.
Oh, yes, it is. Do you like it? I made it.
Like, I get tripped up when you ask if I like it. I'm like, yeah, no, it's fine. I try to sound very
Can I see if I notice the slip up? Should I roll a insight check on that?
Yeah. Des, roll a deception, and Andal roll a. Go ahead, Andal.
Yeah,
give it your best shot, buddy.
I'm very charismatic.
No, she is unimpressed.
Andal is very disappointed that you're unimpressed by his craft.
Yeah, I noticed that, and I'm kind of like sad that you're sad, but I'm like, nope, can't think about it. Must ignore.
Well, I mean, once I get finer at the craft, and once I've had some time to study some more arcane lore, I believe that I will craft something better. This is a simple wizard staff at the moment. It's really, honestly, only functions as a quarterstaff, and the gem does most of the work. Someday I hope to make a staff that truly encompasses arcane power. Although, hopefully, this one looks impressive.
I mean, I've seen better.
Yes, well, that's fine. I'm gonna kind of walk up to the argument at this point.
Yeah, right. And to myself, I'm cursing to myself about sounding like an idiot.
Okay, so the argument continues a little. They draw. The night starts to go on. Is there anything anybody wants to do? Anything important anybody wants to do before they go to bed?
I was going to say that sort of as Andal and Des walk up, Oscar's going to look across and be like, oh good, somebody who can hopefully distract Piper from her earlier comments. And so we're going to sort of...
I see the panicked look in Oscar's eyes, and I just pull out Bob, and I telepathically tell him, go talk to the satyr, and I kind of toss him in her direction.
Oh, yeah.
At the same time, I pull out a deck of cards, and I'm like, okay, who wants to play party games?
Oh, excellent.
Loudly.
So
Before
Piper, the little guy runs over. The little guy runs over, and he clings to your leg again because it's so nice and soft, and he's like, oh, this is so. You can hear him mumbling in your head, oh, it's so soft, it's so good, it smells like home, this is so good. It's just like a little baby possum kind of just curled up.
Bob, do you want a little bit of wine? It's really good.
Oh. Is it
And I
I mean,
offer-
it's okay. I've had better.
I will tell Oscar in a little voice. You know what? I know you're a little bit salty because your tastes like shit, but I can help you out. I think I know what they make, what they do to make their wine taste really good. If you want a partner to help you to drink wine and be a wine taster, I can help you.
I place a hand on Oscar's shoulder. Oscar, do you have another bottle besides the one you poisoned me with, yes?
There are a number of bottles of ale, beer, and wine brewed by the masters of the monastery who have
No,
decades and decades of experience more than
No,
my
another
own.
one that you brewed, and I'm gonna point at his chest.
This was the only one that I brewed, and it was a bad first effort, but Piper, I will take you up on your offer.
Maybe the seal broke. Maybe it's not your fault.
I am sure that is the case, and I will prove it to Piper by brewing her a far more successful bottle of wine that we may all enjoy. It may take a little while to do so, but we have time. This is a party that lasts. How long precisely? I didn't get an itinerary or anything.
Well, taking into account how many caskets of wine these guys still have, I will say at least a week.
Okay, then I will get to work on it tonight, and by the last day of this mood, I will have brewed you a bottle of wine that will make you forget entirely this unfortunate first taste of my.
Oh,
years.
is this a challenge?
Although, to be fair, if you drank the whole of this one, you might genuinely forget it because it's.
Oh no, honey, I haven't passed out or throw up or anything. I am quite sober by satyr standards still, so I won't forget this. Are you challenged? Is this a challenge?
It is not a challenge. It is a promise to you that I will show you what I am capable of when there is not transit between the brewing process and the actual unbottling of the wine that can cause oxygenation that upsets the delicate balance of the flavors.
Well, Piper, if I can butt in for a moment.
Sure.
It's been 93 minutes. You owe me a favor.
Okay. What do you want?
I told you, a favor. You'll figure it out.
just walked off.
Oh, Piper, know what this is about. Is he
No,
working
not
for
that kind of favor. I just want you to know that you owe me a favor.
Yes, but you said you'll figure it out, and Piper only knows 3 things.
Yeah, I mean, I literally turn around and says that as soon as I see her moving to follow.
Okay, so it's not wine then. Bob, do you know where we can find some mushrooms?
We could go look. There's a forest right over there. There's woods. I'm sure we can find something.
Can you help me out to find some?
Oh,
I
can smell what kind of mushrooms. You want the big blue ones, or the small red ones, or the ones that grow underground?
The ones that the satyrs gives in the parties. Do you know which ones?
Oh, the pink and green ones. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to.
Why not? I mean, Crumble said that I owe him a favor. He doesn't want wine.
I promised Andal that I would stop making tea from those.
We're not making tea.
But he told me I couldn't get them anymore. So you would have to ask him if it was okay.
Like you're not getting them. You're just telling me where they are. I will get them.
Okay. But you gotta give me you gotta get me an apple.
Of course. Let's go and who had the munchies? I think the halflings have the munchies. Let's go.
So Andrew, you notice Piper walking off with Bob clinging to her shoulders, and the thought this can't possibly go well crosses your mind. But you've got a really good hand, and you don't want to blow it by giving anything away to Des.
I send
Yeah,
two
I
things.
need anyway. Win. My cards are marked.
I send two things over to Bob. One, stay out of trouble, and two, stay in range.
That's really big, dude.
I know
That's
Yes.
that's on purpose.
Okay, so Des and Andal play some cards for a couple hours and finally break up their little thing.
Yeah,
Piper.
the whole time I won't let him bet anything real because I
Okay.
know I'm gonna be
Yeah.
We don't have any money anyway.
Yeah, there's no money.
whatever. I have a diamond.
Yeah.
What's that?
You have a diamond I want, so
I will not bet the diamond.
I don't have to, but
Oscar, Piper seems distracted enough that you could slip away back to the cart and she probably wouldn't find you.
And then Oscar would probably join in with the game of cards
All right, okay.
to sort of make a proper introduction to Des and just get to know her a bit
yeah,
better.
we haven't actually introduced ourselves.
Piper, he leads you through the forest. It probably takes about 2 hours. You find about 7, which is not a lot, and they're kind of small because this is not exactly the Fae. So you might be able to make a little bit of tea, or if you sprinkled them on some food, you might be able to put it on a nice salad for 2 people. That's about as much as you get. Jacoby, your night goes uneventful. The turtles continue to take care of you and him, moistening his head, applying poultices, and that kind of thing. And every time somebody moves, you instantly pop your eyes open. Watch what they do, make sure everything is on the up and up. You trust them, but you're still weary.
It's literally just him and me right now. I need to keep an eye on everything.
And then
I don't know who all might secretly harbor negative feelings for elves.
Right. But as far as you know, all of the turtles have been supremely kind and gentle and very accommodating to anything that you've asked them to get you or to do. The deep speaker doesn't move the entire night.
Luckily, I don't require a great amount of rest. So
Right.
long as I get altogether at least 4 hours of focusing, I'll be fine.
So the rest of the evening, like I said, and unless you want something very specific, everybody gets a good night's rest. A long rest if you spent any of your spells or have been hurt in any way, shape, or form. The sun starts to come up, and as soon as the sun crests over the horizon, Jacoby, the Seeker sits straight up, reaches his arm out, grabs a hold of your arm, looks you right in the eye, and says, "You must find the others now."
Is something coming?
Make a perception check. As you look at his face, his eyes are rolled back in that blank white, where you know he's having a vision. And these are normally of impending doom. Like, the Seekers get these visions when something really bad. Like, the last time one of them had it was when you guys shifted from there to here.
Yeah, very well. Who all must I find?
You must find the others. The ones we came with. They are in danger. It is... They are Then he just slumps back down onto the cot.
Well,
This isn't like a delayed reaction vision to my wine, is it?
No. No.
There are no more elves around, so I suppose they must be referring to the other ones.
Jacoby will start heading out and trying to like find people who he at least somewhat recognizes from the night before.
Yeah, as you go out, everybody is up and starting to eat breakfast. Piper still looks like she just woke up, and she's probably had about an hour of sleep. Piper still has a drink in her hand, and Bob is asleep, curled up between her horns.
Miss Piper, may I speak to you for a quick moment?
Of course. What do you need?
I need you to gather anybody that you can from the group that you came here with. They need to come to the speaker stand.
I didn't come with anyone. Oh, do you mean my friends, my new friends?
Certainly, yes.
Okay, I can do that. Let's go. And I will go to Oscar's encampment.
Yeah, you find 5 dwarves passed out on a cart. Basically, that's what you find.
I'm keeping. I decide that after our card game and getting to know Oscar a little better during the card game, at Dez's suggestion, I will camp near the dwarves for the night.
Des, are you
Since
doing the
I
same
don't really
thing,
have
or
a
you're
truck.
going back to your tent, Des?
No, I'm going back to my family, where I know it's safe and comfortable because there's a tent.
Right.
I do not have a tent.
Oscar definitely would have sort of shifted the other dwarves off of the cart and given it to Andal so that he could like have something comfortable to lay down on, since he's a little taller than we are, and we can make do on the ground. And is just, before he goes to sleep, looking up at the night sky, just absolutely astonished at sort of the stars, which is still quite new to him.
Yeah. It was very easy to make the other guys sleep on the floor or sleep on the ground, because they were shit-faced. Like, they had been drinking anything they could get their hands on. He also noticed...
So it's not so much convincing them as literally just picking their unconscious body up and dumping it on the ground.
Them on the ground, yes. Yeah, not so much convincing as, convincing their bodies not to hit the ground hard enough to wake them up. That's... so the two of you were there. Piper, you go up and you see Oscar's kind of just like draped over a barrel, right? And Andal's kind of like wedged in between a barrel and the side of the wheel, kind of thing, as comfortable as he can get.
Oscar, human Andal. Guys, are you asleep? Are you asleep? Are you okay? Are you okay? How is your morning? Good morning, by the way. Are you hungover?
No. I'm fine.
You need to...
Are your people like incapable of getting hangovers? Just you see.
Well, we start drinking since we're little. Like, we mostly drink wine.
You are speaking to a whole dwarf right now. My people drink.
I'm the one who's standing.
You don't have to be so damn smug about it. What did you want? Is there a reason you are waking me up this early?
Yes, Jacoby needs our help. What do we need?
My speaker. He had a vision and told me that I had to gather everyone I could.
A vision? He's the future?
He's, I believe so, yes. In impending danger, I believe.
And you see Oscar reach down into his pack and pull out a tarot card and just sort of rub it between his fingers for a second. Mother Diesa at the monastery, she has visions too. we should take this seriously. Where should we go? How can I help?
Gather outside the speaker's tent. I am trying to gather as many people as possible first, and then I will try to get more concrete answers.
I think maybe you should go and find Des. She was quite hard to read over cards last night, but I get the impression she is somebody who may be helpful.
She was the violet-haired one with the horns.
Yes, the. And Oscar looks like a little kid with a crush. The pretty one.
You say so.
Andrew, you were asleep. Oscar made room for you on the cart, so you're kind of
nice.
You're kind of wedged between a cart and like part of the wheel. As Piper runs up and starts, "Are you guys okay? Are you guys awake? Are you guys awake?" And you're just like, "Yes, we are."
Oh God. Satyrs. That's in my head.
I apologize, but I have recruited Miss Piper to help me gather everyone I can. It is very important.
Oh well, fine, of course.
And you
yes.
see Bob curled up between her horns, asleep.
That's fine. It keeps them both out of my hair.
If you do not mind, please gather near the speaker's tent. I will gather more if I can. I will go try to find this desk.
Okay, I will go and try to find Crumble then. Oh, Crumble! Crumble!
Crumble, you hear the impending doom of a satyr yelling your name.
As she gets closer, Crumble wakes up and immediately goes, "Huh? What? Fire? Yeah, I'm up. Fire. Let's go."
No, Crumble, come here!
Crumble comes out of his tent, like at a half-run speed, kind of stumbling towards the trees.
It's not fire, you silly. It's the elf.
Is that worse or better?
I have no idea. Well, he didn't drink, so probably worse.
All right, I'm gonna get my armor then.
I'll meet you at the turtle place.
I'll approach the other people who appear to also have horns, because that's probably where Des would be, considering her description.
Yeah, I'm probably outside somewhere listening to my uncle either lecture me or have boring talks with other people as he tries to show me how to be cunning and conniving and manipulative.
Yes, he is. He is showing you how to change the weight on a set of scales without getting caught.
I'm paying more attention to this lesson than I do to most lessons, but
yeah, this is one of the lessons you're like, some of these are like pretty much boring because they're all talking and stuff, and this is like, you get to practice. Like, he's like, okay.
I mean, yeah, sometimes they're like, how to kill your enemy before they kill you, and it's like, how to get more money.
Yeah.
Jacobi will approach them as they're speaking and kind of stop short and before giving a bit of a slight bow while putting his hand on his shoulder.
My apologies for interrupting, sir and ma'am. I require some assistance. If you do not mind.
An elf, yes, an elf. What can we do for you?
My speaker has informed me of a vision of a great calamity that we'll be visiting soon. He requires more people to be gathered.
Oh, maybe. How much help do you require? What does it worth to you?
As much help as you are willing to give, depending on how bad this calamity is, it's probably going to, how you say, your life may depend on it.
Oh, very well. That comes with a hefty price, you do know, yes?
I have nothing to give.
Oh, but you're an elf. You must still have your libraries, yes?
They are not mine.
Uncle, please. Just let
I
just
just want to read some of their books.
I have no books with me, and part of our negotiations here at this place is that we do not wish others to come visit us all. What is the phrase? Willy-nilly.
why don't I go with them and I can learn some things for you and bring back the information. It'll be better than books. It'll be firsthand.
He nods at you with a sly nod and a kind of a tiefling wink, which is not really a wink, but more of a shifting of the shoulders, and you get the impression that he wants you to find everything you can and then come back so he can make a profit off of it.
I nod like I understand, and that's what I intend to do, even though I don't.
As we're walking back towards the speaker's tent together, Jacoby will sort of glance to Des, and he's going to kind of like be examining her in a way that's a little bit too obvious.
She just smiles cheerfully and keeps walking.
So you are
What
the...
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you were saying something?
I wanted to know your name. I think you might have said. I forgot.
I am Jacoby. Jacoby Dan Harold. You must be Des, the pretty one Oscar spoke of.
Oscar said that? I seem very confused because that's not what I was hoping would come out of his mouth.
I would like to take. Oh, sorry. I would like to take this moment to plug a small commercial for Serrani's 6-week course on tact. Available Tuesday nights at 7.
Apologies. Compliments are something that elves very much like to share with each other. I thought that you might appreciate it.
I'm not sure if dwarves are the same way. The humans and the tieflings I've been around tend to keep such things more to themselves. But
Seems strange.
we're a secretive lot, I guess. And I kind of seem embarrassed or ashamed when I say that.
Well, at the very least, you appear to be quite more enthusiastic is the word, I think, in terms of helping.
Yeah, I'm just happy that I hope this takes a really long time because this gives a long-term excuse to stay away from my family, which is great.
You do
and
not
good.
like your family?
No, I do not.
It is quite a shame. We can probably talk about this another time. There are important things to attend to.
Sorry, of course. Yeah, but anyway, you can just call me Des or Desi or Dessa. I don't think I introduced myself, though you seem to know who I am.
Well, you were pointed out to me anyway. Yes, I suppose this is fine.
Piper, as you go over to tell them about that, you notice that they have, for some unknown reason that escapes you, that why anybody would do this, but they left one of the small casks of this wine just sitting out. It's almost near the fire. Like it's going to go bad if somebody doesn't do something with it.
I need to do something about it. I'll take the cask with me.
Okay, it's a little small one. It's probably about 2 gallons.
That's okay. Piper knows what to do with it.
Okay.
I will carry it with me.
All right. So you all make your way over to the deep speaker's tent, and the deep speaker steps out and goes, "Jacoby, why are you still here?"
The keeper, he awoke in a manner of speaking. He requested that I find more people and gather them, that there was some sort of danger coming.
You misunderstood, young elf. He said to go find the others, the ones that you came here with, that they were in trouble.
The other elves?
Yes.
They survive?
I do not know. his vision was not as clear. Our connection was being disrupted by something.
If they still live, then I must go help them. I apologize to all of you. I have been much mistaken. I have wasted all of your time. I must go.
Nope, I'm coming with you.
I,
And I like reach out and grab his arm.
it is probably going to be very dangerous. I do not recommend it.
If it's going to be if it is going to be dangerous and there are more elves, you who are injured, like your speaker, you will need help.
I'm not going back, so...
It seems unwise diplomatically. All of you are here representing a certain interest. If I get you
I'm
hurt,
not. I'm not. I'm here to party.
No interest. I'm here upon my own accord.
And my uncle, who's in charge, told me to come here, so I'm following orders.
And
I was planning to go into that last night, so I'm free.
So far, I have only managed to accidentally poison 2 people. So I think it is in my best interest that I help you in this matter, my friend, so that the diplomatic relations between your people and mine can be mended.
Very well.
I have too many questions to let you go alone.
I am overwhelmed by your generosity of time and effort. We must leave quickly, though. We probably do not have much time.
Oh, believe me, I think that my generosity will be repaid and you'll be overwhelmed by my questions.
Very much so, I imagine. You seem quite the inquisitive sort. And
Yes,
I
Crumble, they
will.
are- Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I will start, I suppose, leading everybody back. Thankfully, I'm able to retrace my steps basically perfectly, so I can get back to there without a problem.
Yes. Crumble. Yes. One of the turtles is he hands you a small sack, probably about a 3-pound bag of dried foodstuffs, nuts, dried berries, some hardtack. It looks like it would feed the 6 of you twice, if divvied up proportionally.
If the travel ends up taking too long, I can also hunt and scrounge up plenty of food and beverage for everyone. Not of the alcoholic kind, I apologize, Miss Piper, but at the very least, sustenance.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Okay. So you guys are going to head off in this direction. And it's going to take you a minute, and I'm going to have to take a quick break for like 2 seconds.
Okay.
And we'll be right back.
Where do you want us on this map, sir?
At right there is perfect. That end.
Okay.
Okay.
I got an energy drink. My wife dropped it off at my desk while we were playing nonchalantly, and now I am incredibly hyper, which is probably bad. And the amount of hours of sleep I'm going to get from this point on are probably in the range of 3 to 5.
I got home at 4 o'clock last night and then sat just moments after my wife had gotten up and started to watch TV, and I sat there and watched TV with her till 6:30 this morning, and then got up to play my game with Dave, but I was slightly behind. It was only like 15 minutes late, so wasn't too bad. All right, so.
Oh, I cannot. It's not working. Putting my token.
Let me see here.
Would Bob introduce himself as his full name to people, or would he just introduce himself as Bob?
Can
Okay.
you move that? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Full name.
Bobulus.
While they were traveling, like shortly after leaving the moot, Jacoby will start to remember some of the things that his mom has taught him, and he kind of looks to the group.
Who amongst all of you, who all is how you say combat capable?
My hand.
Here.
Before we get anywhere near this situation, I will have cast mage armor upon myself.
Yes.
In that case, what are each of you most skilled in?
Ramming people.
Very good. So I believe it would be good for you to be up front of the order of our march. Anybody else very much focused on going up to people and attacking them hand to hand or weapon to weapon?
Oscar's gonna pull out his maul and hold it heavily between both hands. It is mostly good for breaking rocks into smaller rocks, but it works pretty well on skulls too.
Very good.
Meat,
In that
except for
case,
smaller weapons.
it would probably be good if you stayed slightly behind off onto the left flank of Miss Piper. Still close to the front, but enough that if we get ambushed, you can defend us. I am capable of both a bow as well as my blades, so I can fulfill either. But those who must remain at range should probably do so by remaining near the middle of the group.
I'm better that way. I'll stay in the middle. Although I don't mind getting my hands dirty. If someone comes up close and personal, I can handle that as well.
I will endeavor to protect all of you the best that I can.
How far away was this? How long have we been traveling?
It's about 3 miles, give or take. It was 1.5 miles to where both Oscar and Jacoby said that they met, and then it took about 15-20 minutes for Jacoby to make sure he was heading in the right direction, because it was at night in the dark carrying somebody, so he was double checking. But once he found the path, the drops of blood in his own tracks, he can follow them straight back to where they were.
If we're traveling for some amount of time, yeah, where Jacoby can easily follow his path and doesn't seem too intensely occupied in our travels, I will begin to ask him questions like, how did the elves arrive in the material world?
And when Oscar notices that Jacoby has found his own footsteps, is just going to mention, So you guys actually do leave footprints behind? I mean, I've heard a lot of stories that you guys like move
something
through the
we have
wilderness like a ghost.
It is something that we have the ability to do or do not do, depending on the purpose. I did not mind leaving tracks because I knew that my pursuers were faster than me and could overtake me. The main point was to find help, not to try and hide.
Easy.
Hiding can be easy. I am very skilled at it, but at the same time, it is more effective when I am overwhelmed by enemies that seek my death or my capture. I am not certain. To try and find people who can help to protect me, as opposed to hiding perhaps in a bush or next to a tree where they will have many patrols. The more eyes looking for you, the harder it is to avoid them.
Yeah, I know.
As you guys are discussing being stealthy and hiding, Piper is probably the least stealthy person you've ever met. She is like, Piper is just running from bush to bush going, ooh, that's pretty. Oh, look, I didn't know that could do that. And then every now and then she'll stop and lag behind as she takes a drink out of her little cask that she's got. And then she runs up and hurries up and gets back in place and tries to look all important for a minute and a half before she gets distracted again.
Jacoby,
When I start singing, let's all sing.
how many of your fellows were left behind?
Was it 4?
Here? Yes.
Yeah. We had 4 other guards with the keeper at the time, outside of myself.
Oh, and 4 of you. How many elves are in the material plane?
The number would startle you on a level that I cannot exactly describe. Suffice to say, there are so many of us that it would make your mood look rather small in comparison.
Are you talking about, like, on a scale that would be like an entire community?
More than
Larger?
a community. We have our home is. Do you know how big the Northern Forest is?
Yes. Well, no, I've not traveled all of it, but it's big. It's very big.
Our territory, where our people stay. We are enough to fill most of that.
I take that in for a second, trying not to let my eyes widen and just kind of mull that over.
To be entirely clear, not everyone is capable of defending the place like myself and my family and the other guards. Everyone has their own roles.
Right, that's fine. Can I see where you come from?
No.
That's disappointing.
I apologize, but that is part of the reason why we came to the moot. To let everyone know in a very fair and precise and non-debatable fashion that our territory is ours, and it is not meant to be shared with anyone else. Not even visitors.
We're friends.
Will you share knowledge?
You must understand, our people only managed to get here as a result of barely avoiding our own destruction. We do not trust anyone.
You have any idea what we've been through here?
I look dejected.
I do not. But I can tell you that if you have been through the same malevolent destruction or even worse than us, then you should understand the desire to remain
Make
on your own.
allies.
Making allies is fine. We do not mind trading, but we do not
Have
want you to come into our home.
That's not a lot of hospitality.
I personally don't like to visit anyone who's not happy to have me there. You can keep your house.
It is only fair, yes. If we do not want you to come, it is only polite to acquiesce.
right, so you arrive after a couple of hours of Andal picking your brain and various small talk. Upon Jacoby, you're the first to see it. I'm assuming you're in the lead.
Jacoby won't be in the lead. He'll be more like kind of slightly behind Piper, just kind of like giving her directions as he's tracking.
All right. Well, you are the first to notice the dead horseman lying off to the side of the road.
He did not use horses. Piper, let us go over to the horse for a moment.
Okay. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da.
And
Piper.
Piper, as you get closer, you notice that it's been disemboweled and the rider is crushed underneath it. It is a grisly sight and one you are unaccustomed to.
Oh, these look gross. Are they supposed to be smashed together? Are these centers? No, they don't look like centers. They
I
are
do not
meant to look
believe
like
it
centers.
is intended that they be smashed together. Perhaps by whatever did the smashing.
Wonder what that could be.
And it
Can
would
I?
depend on a great many things.
Give me an investigation check, both of you, please.
An investigation?
Yes, please. Yeah, Jacoby, you have no idea what kind of thing did this damage. Piper, they're dead. And it looks like it was a large blade of some sort, but that got the horse. But you have no idea what else is going on. What's everybody else
Do they?
If they don't seem to be in duress upon approaching the horse, I will slowly and cautiously move forward towards them.
Okay.
Stay next to Andal, kind of as a bodyguard.
When I approach, I want to take a look at I want to kind of peer over their shoulders at the horse inquisitively. Seeing.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm very curious about what happened to this animal.
Des and Andal, give me perception checks, please.
Perception? Sure.
Yes.
I'm
very good at these.
I am not.
I'm not either. That was completely bullshit.
No, I'm.
Good.
Yeah, Andal, you were kind of focused on the horse to make like trying to figure out what it is. Des, every time you start to look around, the light glints off of that diamond, and you are just like, yeah, that's pretty. That's you're kind of oblivious to everything else around you except Andal and that big diamond that's shining in the light.
Yeah.
Crumble, once you and Oscar both get a little closer, go ahead and make me a perception check as well, please.
What way is the diamond secured to the staff?
Oh, it is both. There are like the staff is almost like grown around the diamond, like a hand grasping it, and then it is also tied off within it. There's lots of like hemp vines. Well, probably not hemp, but
more than a job.
It's very well secured.
Crumble, with your heightened awareness of everything that could possibly go bad, you notice another body, or what appears to be a body, over in this direction near the tree line.
What can I tell about the horse?
Make an investigation check if you're going to if you get close enough to it. If you're going to stay behind them, you can't really tell much except that it's been disemboweled.
Yeah, eventually my curiosity would overtake me, and I would get right up next to the horse.
Can I help them, or am I too distracted?
The help check is what? It's just a regular DC.
It just gives me if she helps, then it just gives me advantage. That's it.
Yeah, and I have proficiency in investigation. If that helps.
Okay, well, give me an investigation check at disadvantage. Des.
Oh, okay.
Des.
That's a 4.
Yeah, no, she's too distracted to help.
Okay. And I am going to just investigate and kind of explain what I find as I'm looking at it.
Sure.
Absent-mindedly. I'm not really talking to anyone in particular, but I will say out loud when I'm noticing.
Hey, Piper,
Yes.
there's another body down there. And then
Ooh.
we'll point.
Is it another elf?
Can't tell from here.
I'm coming.
All right, hold on 1 second, Piper.
Okay.
Andal, you can tell it was a large blade. As you look at it some more, you can tell it was probably a cleaving blade, somewhere in the vicinity of an axe shape, because it's a wedged shape, not a normal blade.
Sure. This horse was disemboweled by an axe, a large one. And is the cut
It's lateral. It's lateral, not horizontal. So
lateral.
It goes from the top of the horse to the gut instead of from like the neck towards the flank.
The horse could have been reared up. It might have been scared, and this creature was attacked it straight on, or this whatever it was got under the horse. But I think something wielding a blade that large probably would not be able to do that.
All right, Piper. As you get closer, you see the body of an elf.
Is it dead?
Yes. It is also being gutted, but it looks much worse than the horse does.
The rider on the horse, what are they?
Human.
And are they wearing any kind of anything on them that might denote if they belong to a particular tribe or group?
Make a history check.
This is what I do.
Yeah, he has a small tattoo on the inside of his wrist that you recognize as the marking of the Black Snake tribe, which hasn't been around for about 100 years.
Interesting.
They were rumored to have been a tribe that allied itself with the Dragonborn and used to perceive itself as a superior tribe to all others.
How old does this person look?
Give me a medicine check.
Or I'll say this. This person does not look like they're a decade old, correct?
No.
Okay. I don't necessarily need to know exact age. I just know that they weren't around a decade ago when this tribe disappeared. Which means this tattoo is recent.
Yes. Piper, if you and Jacoby want to investigate this elf, Jacoby, you recognize this. This is the one who told you to run. This is the lieutenant.
Aquana and Ganasti.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jacoby. I pat him on the shoulder.
Jacoby, his blade and bow are both gone. You know, he never would have given that up as long as he was alive.
Someone stole his blade and bow.
I sort of look around. I see other bodies, right?
Yes.
Are they also elven?
Yes. While I only have a couple of tokens on there, there are approximately 12 dead humans and the other 2 dead elves that you see.
Are their weapons taken as well?
Yes. The human weapons are still here. And they are crude, stone, and bone. Like, not even as good as the stuff that you guys have on you. This is not...
Jacoby will just kind of start cussing in Elven. Just very loudly, just like these people, they looted my brethren of their weapons.
Did they
For them.
did they took anything else besides that?
Everybody who's
Symbols?
looking at the elven bodies, please make an investigation check. Wow, Oscar. Oscar doesn't know that there's bodies there.
Wait, these are elves?
Correction.
He's still hangover.
They were elves.
Yes. Crumble, go ahead and make a perception check. Okay. So Jacobi and Des. Des, as you start to look around, start to look at this body, you immediately realize why these cuts seem familiar. It's a metal blade, and when you start to move some of his clothes around, you notice that his heart is missing. Yes, you can, Crumble.
The desecration of their bodies, the stealing of their weapons, I need to know who did this immediately.
As you search the other human bodies as well, you see tracks, Crumble. They lead off they're very obvious tracks, and they lead off towards the west. As the rest of you look at the human bodies have not been desecrated, and they're crappy weapons. There's also a couple of look like mangy hounds, not like the nice wolves that you saw earlier at the moot, but the kind of mostly unfed. And as you start looking at all of their wrists, they all have the same markings.
I kind of like lean over and whisper to Andal, is there any ritual or something that some people believe exists that you might use, I don't know, an elf heart for?
Can I make what would I check for that?
No,
Arcana?
you absolutely know that there is no magic here in Oregon that even remotely uses parts of an elf, because they're just not.
Or even a religion that would favor that concept?
Let me rephrase what I would be trying to figure out.
Okay.
Do I know of any rituals that use a heart in the process, period? And from anything, and on the other side, do I know of anything that has to do with the Fae and the elves from my experience in the Feywild? That would connect to this. It doesn't so maybe this will lead me down the wrong direction of thought, but
so make an Arcana check for the first question.
Okay.
Nice.
That is a 28.
Now make an intelligence check for the second question.
Okay. That is a 22 on the second one.
Yes. So, for your first question, yes, you know of 3. None of them are any good. They're all dark rituals. 2 of them are necromantic, and 1 of them is enchantment, an enchantment ritual. You don't know much about them, but you know of them.
All right. So I will let me do this. All right. So I know three rituals that require a heart. 2 are necromancy, and 1 is enchantment. Are any of those Feywild things and not Oregon things?
Yes.
Which one?
The enchantment.
Okay. Okay. the necromancy ones, what do I know about them that they deal with in any what about them do I know?
One of them is for spirit binding, and the other one is for animation.
Like powerful spirit binding and powerful animation?
You're not clear on that. It's
okay.
The spells are way above your pay grade.
Okay, so then yes, more powerful than anything I can cast.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Enchantment is from the Fae. The Fae magic one, is it something that is is it something that's in my book?
I don't know.
Okay. Or I should say, how do I know about the one from the Feywild? Is it something that I found out in passing from Bob, or?
Yes, it's something you found out from Bob.
Okay.
He happened to mention it while you were perusing the scrolls.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah?
You told me once, I'm saying this telepathically, okay. You told me once of a spell, or mentioned briefly of a spell that was enchantment in the Feywild that required a heart.
Oh,
no,
I'm not teaching you that.
No, I don't want to know how to do it.
Oh.
But I think someone may be trying to.
Oh, no. I only know 2 people who could do it. Master was one, and the enemy was another.
The enemy?
Yes, the enemy.
What enemy?
The enemy of the elves.
Who is that?
The enemy. The master never gave it a name. It was what the elves were fighting against. I guess that's why they came here. That would make sense. To get away from them.
Okay. I turn to Jacoby. Jacoby. Your people's hearts are missing from their bodies.
I am aware of this.
Your enemy may have followed you here from the Fae. Sorry.
Right. Jacoby, you know of, again, it's spoken in the terms of the enemy. It's not given a name, it's not given a race, it's not given you don't know if it's a singular individual or a group or a spell. You just know that whatever it was, your people have been running from it for hundreds of years.
They would not dare approach us in the actual forest. They waited until a few of us left on our own to try and establish some sort of peace. A moment of defenselessness, and the moment they see it, they strike. Of course!
That's usually how it happens. A question.
I know you're upset, but
didn't
go ahead, Crumble.
Didn't the seer say that some of your people were currently in danger? Is this everybody?
These are all the people that I came with, and that is who he was referring to. Which means these hearts are going to be used on them past their own deaths.
And this is the full count of everybody, you're sure?
Yes. There was only 3 others besides myself. Well, 4 others besides myself. And that is my commanding officer there, and those are the other 3 over there. All of them have had their things taken from them, and their hearts removed.
Jacoby, make a intelligence check. You have advantage.
Okay.
Ouch. Okay, yep, you're good.
Jacoby.
What?
You said that their hearts were going to be used upon them after their death. What do you mean?
It is the only thing I can imagine. The only thing, it is either that or they are trophies, but they appear to have been dead. They appear to have died in the midst of battle. And if that is the case, then my speaker would not tell me that they are still in danger unless something was being done to them post-mortem.
Then we need to dispose of the bodies.
No. Nobody here will touch their bodies just yet.
Okay, look, we're trying to help you, and you're kind of, I know it's a very hard time for you, but everybody's been through hard times here. And I think you need to maybe be a little bit nicer to
You
the
do
people
not,
who are
you do
trying to
not,
help.
you do not understand. You do not understand. Listen, if an elf is not properly taken care of, post their death, buried with their weapons that they have created just for them, with the correct rituals, with the correct rites, there is a strong possibility they could return as something much worse.
You mean
And
ghost?
worse than that.
Great.
Now listen. The fact of the matter is, if you touch them and you do not dispose, as you say, of them properly, you could create more problems, not just for yourself, but for them. They will not allow you to do that. Do you understand?
Okay, I'm done helping.
Jacoby, I understand that. I understand that the necessity of ritual, but we are in the wild. If we don't do something, then wild animals will do it.
I, it is not an easy thing for me to do, but it is required. I must track down who did this. If I can get their weapons to their bodies and dispose of them properly, then it won't be a problem.
There's a path, there's a trail going to the west. Is that the path that you took to the moot, or is that a different one?
It's a different.
It is a different path.
Then maybe we can follow that and reclaim your brethren's weapons.
That would be the best thing to do. I apologize. I do not wish to snap at any of you. You are not to blame for any of this. But I am not exactly... You must understand, I've never been outside of my home before. I have never seen my people die before. This is all very new to me.
How old are you?
Jacoby, didn't you say there were 4 people with you?
Yes.
There are only 3 bodies here of elves.
Oh, no. Okay, all right. Then none of them may have been captured, perhaps? Or maybe that is his trail. Either way, it is very important. The trail is the only lead that we have right now, and I do not wish...
Then I say we should follow it while there may still be time.
I agree. Let's go, Jacoby.
Jacoby, is there anything else we need to do now to make sure the bodies aren't made worse? Is there anything you need to do?
We'll just sort of glance around. There's plenty of like leaves and bushes and such, right?
Yep.
If we can cover them in bushes, just light foliage, the animals might focus more on the dead humans as opposed to the dead elves.
Crumble will try to use his survival skill to help.
Yeah. Between all of you, you can easily mask the bodies of the elves. You do notice that while you're doing this, those of you with survival do notice that the carrion feeders are starting to circle.
What exactly happens if the rites aren't performed?
Well, I have never actually seen them not performed, but as I have been told by my elders, when an elven body is desecrated, destroyed, and unable to be properly buried, they can turn into a great monster. I have never seen said monster. I have never seen even pictures of it. But it is something that I have been told and something that I have been taught, and I must take it seriously.
Of course.
All right. So what are you guys doing now?
Crumble's going to go, well, let's get started, and I'll go to the front of the trail that I found earlier.
Yep.
I will also go.
I'm curious as to where this is going to lead, and I certainly don't like the idea of new monsters, nor the fact that these people have the markings of a tribe that should be long dead and allied themselves with dragons. I'm going.
Oscar?
As they're sort of just piling branches and shrubbery over it, Elska's just going to sort of speak a little bit quietly, a little bit hesitantly to Jacoby. This is my first time outside of my home as well. I have never seen anything like this, but it sickens me to think that somebody could do this to another person. I will help you find the people that have done this, and I will help you get your revenge. And hopefully, these people will be able to know peace.
Last night was the first time that I ever actually was in the real battle, and I basically immediately had to run. I am very much hoping that I will be able to redeem that unfortunate dishonor of having to abandon my people. Have you ever been in a fight before, sir? A real one?
Define real? Not as such, no. I've trained a fair bit. The monks were trying to teach me martial arts. I never quite mastered it.
I can tell you from my experiences last night that they can leave you rather panicked and incredibly emotional and uncertain of yourself and all things. So the main thing to do, I think, is to maintain control of your mind throughout the entirety of it should it happen. So be very careful.
I don't wish to be too bold, but I will also suggest keep me standing, and I will guarantee that you will stand back up as long as the fight continues. Although I'm not much of a fighter myself.
My priority is, of course, protecting all of you. You have been helpful enough to come with me and help me throughout all these things and deal with my immaturity. So I do not wish any of you to die at all, before myself at least.
Oh, Jacoby, I will quickly hug him. Don't worry, I'll protect you. And I also will offer a nice prayer for your friends when this is all over. And
Well,
I'll let you go.
if the stories that I have been told about your people are true, so long as we do a good job protecting you, you will well outlive all of us. Is it true you live like 5,000 years or something?
Oh, yes, believe.
I am personally still considered quite a child in the eyes of my people, and I am, I believe, 90 years old.
Really? I'm only 20.
Hey, me too.
I'm
That is
also
not-
20.
Sadly, I'm also 20.
What are the chances?
I would be 20 today. Or was it yesterday?
Today.
Today.
Well,
But,
me too.
but I'm
That's
not.
weird.
What a very strange coincidence.
Based on what the Deep Speaker said yesterday, I don't think it is a coincidence.
And considering that your friend had a vision at a time when we were here to help you, perhaps there is a larger force at work here. Perhaps it was fate that we met in the way that we did.
Jacoby, would you be 90 years today, perhaps?
Well, yes.
Weird. I find out we all have some weird larger being parent in common or something.
I don't think so. I know who my parents are.
Are your parents satyr too?
All
Because
things
that will
considered,
explain.
I think considering all of us, it would be quite impossible.
Never
I do
know.
not really know in my case. I was raised in the monastery. I know that my mother was in prison. My father, I do not know.
Just wishful thinking that my parents aren't my parents. Anyway, which way are we going?
You guys continue the conversation for about 2 minutes. I have to go say something to one of my loud children.
Yes, that's quite odd. I would be 20 years old today.
Can we all agree to just one thing?
What's that?
Can we all agree not to exchange birthday presents?
What?
Yeah.
No, why not?
Are you sure you do not want a bottle of wine that I have brewed for you?
After I help you to make it. Yes.
Well, I do not think that it would be prudent to do so. Personally, I do not have much. I can offer perhaps song or something along those lines, but I have very little materially.
We can make a mini party inside of the party.
Okay. We are on a dangerous trail, following someone who just gutted several people and a horse. I think that we should save the celebrations or discussions of celebrations until we get back to camp. Mostly
back to
because
camp.
I don't have anything to offer anyone at all.
If any of you feels like at any one point the possibility of us becoming overrun or killed is likely, feel free to run. I will stay to cover all of you.
Okay.
But then you'll turn into one of those monsters.
Well, at the very least, my keeper still lives, so he might organize with the deep speaker to retrieve us.
Yeah, but it's almost guaranteed that if you turned into a monster, you'd end up hunting us down. I think it's safer just to keep you alive.
It is possible, but I think that it is more important that you return to people and have safety in numbers.
Okay, now that you guys have decided where you're going to go, how are you going to go? Are you going to try to sneak along this path, or are you determined to get there as quickly as possible?
Piper cannot sneak, even if she tries.
Jacobi will probably sneak.
I can sneak too.
I'm not bad at it.
I may need to take some lessons from you before I will be ready for Jacobi. My people have heavier footsteps than yours.
Maybe we should send those who are stealthy 30 feet ahead.
It would probably not be a good idea to try and train you now. It takes quite a bit of experience and practice.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Do you utilize group skill checks for something like this? With all of us sneaking?
Yes.
Okay, so... okay. Alright.
How does that work?
The group... everybody makes an ability check, and if at least half the group succeeds, the whole group succeeds. Otherwise, the entire group fails. So either we're all sneaky together because we're helping the non-sneaky people be sneaky, or the non-sneaky people overwhelm us, and none of us are sneaky at all. So it's kind of a there's kind of this all or nothing type thing with it, right?
I kind of like that. I mean, I think we should try sneaking then, because I'm good enough at it that hopefully, knock on wood, I can make up for some slack.
Yeah, that's the key. It's a matter of I set a particular difficulty depending on the encounter and who you're up against and where the terrain, and then if at least half of you get over that, you're good.
Sorry, I'm sorry to be a dungeon master in the middle of the game.
No. I'll
bite my tongue.
No, that's it.
Never used that mechanic before.
Yeah, no, that's a perfectly honest question. Yeah, I normally only address things like that when it starts to come up. That's why I was asking how you guys were going to do this. Yeah, if you were sneaking off by yourself, it's just your role. But if you're trying to get your entire party to creep up on somebody, it becomes a little more difficult.
We should try it. At least see how it goes.
So we will start with Andal. And when I call you out, make your sneak check, please. So, Andal.
Oh gosh, that's an 8 with a plus 5.
Oscar. Piper.
God
If you have
damn it.
heavy armor, you have disadvantage.
Oh, he's a barbarian. He's not wearing armor.
Oh,
Yep. I'm basically just wearing the kind of robes from my monastery.
Oh, and the last 3 of you have to succeed, okay?
Crumble. Stealth check, please.
May I use guidance?
Sure.
Nice.
Not bad. with Disadvantage.
Okay, if the cleric in heavy armor rolls better than everyone.
Jacoby.
Hopefully not. Oh my god.
Jacoby,
With
bye!
a +6.
Des.
Ah, this is gonna be embarrassing. Hey!
Hey. That expertise, though.
So
Yeah.
Crumble and
expertise in
Des
that.
are pretty quiet. The problem becomes between Piper and Andal trying to figure out which one of them is going to go first. They make way too much noise. They can't figure out which one's going to go first, and Oscar is really just kind of oblivious to the fact that sneaking is a thing. He's like, I'm
Just ahead of my mole, just brushing against bushes, rustling leaves.
you're holding it and you're like, am I doing a good job, guys?
Well, at least in theory, this could work out well.
It could have. Okay.
My mother would be so
Disappointed in you?
disappointed in me.
Okay. So,
I have sullied Von Harold
Yeah.
name with
are
that
you
roll.
guys ready? You ready?
What are we ready for?
They would be ahead of us.
Oh, no.
Ooh, war drums.
Oh man, I have my music muted.
So everything's supposed to be dark right now, right?
No, I have to fix that.
Okay.
That's a me issue, not a you issue.
Okie dokie. Ah,
It's daylight. You all are right down here.
Cultist?
Yes. By the way, I just wanted you to see, Mark. See the number. See the numbers next to him.
I do not. You'll see those. I can't see those.
Oh.
Yeah.
You don't see the names?
No, you
No.
see those. Only you see those.
Oh.
If I look on the Twitch stream, I'm sure I can because I see your screen on there, but
This is
I'm
supposed to
not
be-
doing that.
It's supposed to be so you guys can see them too.
I think you would have to click something to show us.
I still can do my token.
Are you grabbing it? Oh, well, you know how to do it.
Yeah, I've been grabbing it from the name, but
I don't know what the issue is, but it's probably roll 20.
oh, there we are.
Yeah. I don't know why you can't. It
Oh,
is.
pumped in a bush.
Yeah. It's supposed to. So what all the names have, if you look on the stream, you should be able to see them. All the names have numbers next to them. And it's supposed to be so you guys can see them and say, I'm going to attack cultist number 1, I'm going to attack cultist number 2, instead of saying, the guy in the upper left near the wall. Right?
Fair. And when we play real life games, I color code all my minifigs. So I'm like,
Yeah.
you can hit that one.
Yeah.
You could put colored dots on them.
I could.
You can.
Yeah, that would be a good way to do it.
Do you see those now?
Yep.
I see
Yep.
the red dot.
Yep, the colored dots. Yes, that's brilliant. I'm gonna have to start doing that in our game.
Yeah, I realized that when I was painting minifigs that it would be a really great idea because I kept getting annoyed about the same thing. Because I'm like, I'm not looking over my screen right now. I'm too short to do this all the time.
Yeah. I keep hitting the wrong thing. You see that purple? Is that turned?
Yep. No, you're fine.
Let's see. Red, blue, orange, purple.
Yellow?
Yellow or green?
Yeah, it's like
Depends.
yellow green.
Yeah, that's close enough.
Just a reminder,
Color.
Rick, you can make the canvas size bigger so that the map stretches out more nicely if you'd like. Not right now, but I mean for
Yeah.
future reference.
Yeah. That's something. I got this to look the way I wanted it, and I was not going to mess with it once. I was like,
Understood.
This is the way it's.
Understood.
All right, so you guys come across the camp. I'm going to turn the music down just a little bit behind here. There we go. And if I could get everyone to roll for initiative as you stumble into the camp.
Because they hear us coming.
Yes. To move this over here. All right. Has everybody got everybody on here?
I believe so.
Okay.
That's a lot of turns.
Yeah, there's some people in here. So Jacoby, you're up first.
Well, Jacoby sees this camp and he sees people that the trail from the dead bodies immediately led us to, and he just sees red. Speaking of, he's going to shoot at red.
Okay. Shoot it red. Go ahead.
This is not an advantage, so 14.
That hits.
Alrighty dighty. For 9 damage. So he just takes his bow out, just aims it back, and just goes Shanadak, and just aims.
I love rangers.
Your shot catches him right in the middle of the chest, and he goes down.
Asharanakasa! Give me back my people's weapons and let go of their hearts.
Interesting.
Remember that to signify that something's dead, you can put an X on them.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to make sure this comes up properly. All right. Jacoby.
Mhm.
Well, actually, Piper. Need you to make a dexterity save, please.
Mm-mm.
As this black flame just appears above you and shoots down towards you. As you see, this person right here starts to cast. You take 3 radiant damage.
Oh dear.
Fucking cultists.
That moves to there. Crumble, your turn. Is it moving your all's focus as well?
Do I know what spell he just cast?
You can make an Arcana check.
You better goddamn believe I'm going to make an Arcana check. 22.
Sacred Flame.
Okay. Interesting.
I am just going to cast Toll the Dead on blue.
On blue. Okay. So, what's the DC on 15? It's a Constitution save.
It's a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. He fails.
He takes 1 point of necrotic damage.
Oh, Alex, quit it.
And then Crumble would try to get further back in the line than he's at, but
Yeah, you're in the back. It's
Should we
And then
rearrange?
yeah, rearrange them to where you want to be. Real quick.
I'm not where I want to be.
Okay.
oh, we had papers around it for a minute.
All right.
You guys are all shuffling yourselves so that somebody's
All right.
in the front.
That's enough. All right, we're good.
I didn't move.
Just make life difficult.
Oscar, 19 hits you.
Yeah, that hits.
You see this apprentice point his hand at you, and a beam of force comes out and hits you for 10 points of damage.
Oh, I know what that is.
And then he moves back behind this table. Des, your turn.
Can I shoot any of either of the casters from where I am?
What's the range on it?
Shit, I don't know.
Something supposed to look into.
I forgot that you don't get cunning action to level 2, so I'm like, oh, I need to be ranged first level. I'm looking.
Well, if you have a short bow, I believe it's 60 feet.
It's 8320.
Oh.
I just don't know if they have cover or if I don't have line of sight is mostly what I'm asking.
From where you're standing near, yes, they would have cover.
Full cover or partial or?
3/4 cover.
Okay, I'll move. Can I shoot blue without cover now?
Oh yeah.
I haven't put the short bow in, but it's the same as my short sword, so I'll just do that and then I'll add it, okay?
Sure.
16?
That hits.
For 5 piercing.
Ooh. You move up closer and you catch him right in the leg. He took an arrow to the knee.
Good.
Piper,
Yes.
it's your turn.
Okay, so they're all very, very far away from Piper, so she's going to move to get in range. So here.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. Andal, you have now witnessed 2 spells that you absolutely positively know what they are.
Oh, yeah. I whip out my staff.
Okay.
Run that way as I'm like running in that direction, and I pull the ties on my backpack and swing my staff down with one hand and bring it around with the other hand and level the diamond at the caster that casted the radiant damage. And I speak out in Sylvan a call for fire, and the diamond at the end of my staff begins to glow red hot, and then a ball of flame goes flying out, chromatic orb at the purple caster.
All right, fire it is.
Did it roll? Oh. 19 to hit him, 11 damage.
So you're aiming at this one?
Yes.
Right,
Oh
purple?
crap! Does he look like a tiefling?
No.
Okay. Then yes, fire.
You hit him. You hit him squarely in the chest, and he stumbles back and screams at you, "Infidel, you will bow down to our Lord."
I shout back to them, and who would that be?
Oscar, it's your turn.
Sorry, which one did you attack again, by the way?
I attacked purple.
Gotcha.
Just checking. This
Sorry.
car, is that big enough that it's going to block line of sight to the blue guy?
Yes. From what you're saying.
Okay. In that case, I will just move up. And basically just take the dodge action for this turn, sort of hunker down and prepare myself to charge out in a rage next turn.
Sure. This one runs up to here, Andal. He looks right at you and says, "You will fear the coming of Smart Viga." And he casts fear on you.
Can you spell that name?
Not yet. That will require research.
Okay.
All right, I will spell it out for you now, but you will have to look it up. SMAGRG VIHA.
Okay.
Spell it out. I'll spell it out here in chat.
Thank you.
And I need you to make a saving throw.
What do you need me to make?
It is a wisdom save.
That's a 20.
You were not afraid of him.
No, I'm not. I'm too interested in that name to be afraid.
All right. This one runs right up on you, Dio. He has this glassy look in his eye and just doesn't seem to notice what or who you are. And he takes a swing at you and misses.
Nice.
Jacoby, your turn.
All right. I am going to go ahead and move up a little bit. And I'm gonna kind of like kneel next to this stump. And we're gonna go ahead and attack blue. Not blue. Green, I believe.
Green. Sure.
Green.
This one?
This one here.
The close one or the far one?
Close one.
Okay. Let me change this guy's color too. Is that a better color? Orange?
You have 2 orange now.
Yeah, well, I'm getting ready to change this guy to red because the other red guy's dead. There. I'll get this labeling thing down.
That works.
It's okay. It's helping.
Growing pains.
Go ahead and take your attack.
Shit.
That will miss.
All right.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of like lean down behind the stump the best I can for cover purposes.
Okay. Handle. Dex
Yes.
save for me, please.
Sure thing. That's an 18. I'm boundy.
Yes, another black flame appears above you and just strikes the ground right next to you, just missing.
Yeah, I stepped back from it and I was like, ha, I know what that is.
He's so excited to just know things.
This cultist runs up, and Andal, you and Jacobi both can see his eyes. They're just glazed over, as if he's under the influence of some spell or drug, or. But he seems feral to a point. And
Where is he? I don't see him. Which one are you talking about?
Did he not move in front of you? He's literally saying between you.
Is there something right there? Because I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Interesting. Okay, hold on.
It's the one that Jacobi just shot at.
Yeah, I don't see it at all. Hold on. I'm reloading the screen. Continue anyway. I'm just reloading.
You can see it, Jacobi, can't you?
I couldn't. That's why I figured out I had just to look at your stream to look at it.
Oh, you can't see.
But I'm going to go ahead and reload the screen, see if that helps at all.
Yeah, that didn't help.
Yeah, it didn't fix it.
Yeah, I didn't.
Let me try.
Yeah, still. The thing is on my screen, he's stuck over here, actually.
Yeah.
Where he originally was.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't have the stream open because it lags me too much. So I was like, who are you shooting at? The guy over here? I'm like, I don't know who that guy is.
Oh, okay. So this guy here, is he moving now for you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there he goes.
Okay. Yeah, he didn't want to play nice with others, apparently.
Happens.
So he's glossy-eyed as he runs up.
Yes.
And feral.
Yes. And he takes a swing at Jacobi. And misses. Crumble, your turn.
Crumble's going to move here. I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Spare the Dying on this guy up here.
Okay.
Interesting.
And then I'm going to Toll the Dead, the blue guy.
Okay. So
The blue guy? The one in front of Piper?
Correct.
So this one makes a saving throw. He makes it. You do not hear the dolorous tones of the call of death ring out.
Not yet.
Oh, where is it? Where is it? You see the orange robed figure move forward and begins to cast a spell. and you see a small glowing rune appear on Jacoby's chest and then disappear. Thank you. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second.
Do what you got to do, brother.
Okay, yeah, we're good. Continue on. Des, it's your turn.
I'm gonna turn and shoot this guy.
Okay. You hit.
So 7 and 6.
Yeah. As you fire,
That's awesome.
as you fire another shot from your bow, you hit him right between the shoulder blades, and he crumbles under the force of the blast.
Nice.
Which ones you hit?
One in front of you guys. There's someone
Nice.
beating on the casters. You guys have a bunch of other casters looking at you. Piper can handle it. Piper and Oscar can handle this one guy over here.
Yes.
Dio, it's your turn.
I'm
Piper,
going
sorry.
to use my quarterstaff
Okay.
and hit this guy.
Are you using one or two hands?
2 hands. Well, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, 2 hands.
2 hands. Okay, so you do 2 points of damage to him. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. From now on, please let me know which way you're using it beforehand, unless it changes.
Yeah, no.
Okay. All right. You give him a mighty thump about the arm. It seems to hurt him a little bit, but not a lot. Ando, it's your turn.
I watch as the enemy before me falls, and I leap over his falling form, point my hand at the purple caster in front of me, and let loose a firebolt, shouting out, "En fuego!"
Okay. Roll for hittage.
10 to hit.
You miss. You
Yeah.
do that. You didn't account for all the stuff in between it, and you see it ricochet off the top of this table and fly off into the woods.
Then, according to the spell, that table is now on fire.
Yes. It is smoldering nicely.
Okay, not more firebolt things on fire nonsense. We had enough of that in our first game today.
Anything else, Andor?
No, that's my action.
Okay.
I have no bonus actions.
Oscar, it's your turn.
So Oscar is just sort of ducked down against this cart, sort of rubbing his chest where it's stinging from the force of the blast that hit him, and is just thinking back to his sparring sessions with his master, which was basically just him repeatedly getting hit and told, like, you need to center yourself, find your focus, calm your mind, your chi energy is inside you, reach out for it. And just as happened every single time in training, instead of taking deep calming breaths, Oscar is just sort of grunting and panting and breathing more and more heavily and flies into a rage.
Yes.
As he steps up and swings his maul two-handed to hit the mook in front of Piper.
You have to move up. Is that where you're stopping? I want to remind everybody that we are using Flanking rules, just to be.
I don't know how those work.
If you can draw a straight line between an enemy from yourself to an ally, if you and an ally are on either side of an enemy and you can draw a straight line through them, then you each get advantage. Vice versa, so can the bad guys.
On your very first attack of the round.
Right.
I have very low AC. I think I'll keep behind the cart for the moment.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make
I
sure
need
that
the extra 2 to my AC from being in cover.
Yeah. I just wanted to remind everybody that we were using that because sometimes it gets lost. Yeah,
But that would be an 18 to hit.
You hit. Oh. Tell me what happens. Because you literally did twice what you needed to kill, or 3 times what you needed to kill him.
So basically just this heavy swing, and the maul crunches against the side of this guy's head. His face splatters, teeth go flying, blood, gore, and Oscar just sort of grins across at Piper and says, "Told you it's good for smashing skulls."
Is that your turn?
Who said walks?
Is that your turn, Oscar?
Yep, and that is my turn.
Okay. This one sees the fire and moves to here, and then we'll take aim at the only one who seems to be really trying to do a soft one on him. And will... Ooh, 22 hit, Andal?
22 will hit me, yes.
For 10 force damage, as a dark beam of force flies from his hand. He said, "I told you to fear my master."
How much damage did he just do to me?
10.
I am unconscious.
Which guy was it?
The red.
Red.
This one.
Interesting.
Cultist Apprentice number 1, as labeled on my screen.
I am unconscious.
No, don't put the red X. Put the I want to
The
use...
skull and crossbones, right?
Huh?
Yeah. Okay, skull and crossbones?
Yeah, that's for bleeding out.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
That was his turn. Cultist number 3 is a dead man.
Lucky freaking shot.
Jacoby, it's your turn.
Jacoby's going to go ahead and hop over the stump here and stand protectively over our mage friend here. And he's going to go ahead and... Can he shoot red from here? Is this like a thing that's in the way here?
He will have half cover.
I'll focus on this guy then.
Okay.
So orange. Let's see if I can shoot orange.
Oh.
Nice. I think that hits.
Tell me how it happens.
So just immediately, Jacoby sees the beam of force just hit and crumble. The curious mage, who very much wants to learn so much about him and his people, and has come out with him during all of this, and has dealt with him being kind of immature, and he just puts a hand on the stump, shuffles himself over, does a flip as he pulls his bow back, and mid-flip just sideways lets an arrow go as it goes straight into the cultist's neck and straight out the other side.
Nice.
Yeah, he crumbles to the ground. Like, his body doesn't even move from the strike. It literally passes through him so fast and so powerful that his body just drops. There's no falling back from the force of the strike. It just literally penetrates right through, and he just collapses to his knees. Anything else?
Can I drop my bow?
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop my bow.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna end up pulling out my blades here soon.
Okay. The cult leader. Jacoby, deck save, please. Ouch. You take 6 radiant damage as that dark fire pours from the sky again, manages to catch you right on the shoulder.
Now, I rolled my tireless before the fight started while we were walking here.
Yeah.
So I imagine that kind of like with that much like temp HP when he's just going through it, it's just it comes down and you can see the like look of pure rage and anger and just passion on Jacoby's face. He just this is actually how it happens with the Nat 1. The beam comes up and he doesn't even look at it as it comes down and strikes him, and he just kind of like takes it, rolls his neck, and goes with a shake of his head, just no fucking words.
So those of you that can see, so Des, you're the only one that can see Jacoby. You see this fire it strikes him right smack dab between the shoulder blades in the back. And then you see this like flare of kind of like greenish foliage energy just kind of absorb it as it runs down his back and goes straight into the ground. And then you see Jacoby just kind of, do that, martial arts crink of the neck back and forth and give the guy a smirk.
Elves are weird.
Cultist number 2 is dead. Crumble, your turn.
Okay. Seeing that Andel has fallen, Crumble looks at him. He visualizes the barrier of death as a cold wall of force that knocked him over, and then recalls to the previous day where he stepped on an ember and snuffed it out, but this time he calls up that essence and causes the ember to flare up and shatter that wall and that barrier that Endel is facing. And I will cure wounds for 13 points.
Nice. Well, I'm up with 6.
Yep.
That's your max HP when you're a wizard type.
Yes, it is.
1d4 damage. You're a wizard, Andel.
Anything else, Jacoby?
Nothing.
No, nothing else.
I'm sorry, Crumble. No. All right. This guy is toast. Des, your turn.
Hey. I'm going to move here and shoot this guy.
Yeah. Enter your resident glass cannon, me.
Yeah.
Oh, first miss.
You miss.
Okay.
Make a perception check, Des.
Okay.
Nope, you're focused on the bad guy. Piper, you're up.
Okay, because I need to be really close to people, I'm going to dash over here
That'll work.
next to the purple guy.
Absolutely. As you come bounding along in your loping, goat-legged gait, his eyes widen as if he's seeing some... Like, Des has come out from behind cover. He can see her now, and he's like, oh, it's a tiefling. And then you come bounding out at him at this incredible speed, and he just kind of gets wide-eyed as you end up right next to him.
What's up, boy?
She's the whole time she's running, she's just like got this wide smile on her face, just like, hey!
I'm just where I'm gonna beat somebody's head, and I'm like Harley Quinn. I'm gonna smash your head, and I'm gonna smash your head. Anything else? Anything else, Piper?
Just going to get ready for anything that he wants to throw at me.
Andal, you were clearly unconscious and took a huge blow moments ago, and you felt yourself fading away, and then you felt the spark of life just fill your body. Your eyes pop open, and you feel just as good as you did when you woke up this morning. But you're laying face down in the dirt.
My eyes pop open and I push myself up. I kind of push myself up on one hand, like slam the butt of my staff down in the ground and pull myself to my feet. There is a look of fire in my eyes, and I look to the one with the red dot there. I look at him and I just snarl out, "En fuego!" And I cast Firebolt again.
Okay.
I love that cantrips are infinite.
15 to hit him.
That hits.
7, a mote of fiery energy flings from my hand as I throw it out and slams into him, lighting him ablaze.
Yes, the energy hits him catches him full on in the chest. The flames wrap around him, flicker up into his face, and you can see that he is near death. That had you focused had you not had been so brash and angry, that you might have focused more energy into that attack.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
I am going to move. If I can grab myself here, I'm going to move around this stump and kind of back behind this cart and just kind of like put my back to the cart.
You only have your movement's 30.
Oh, you're right. I only have 15 feet. I'm
15.
sorry. That's my fault.
Yeah, you can get
All
behind.
right, then.
You can get behind this stump.
Can I? I can.
Yeah, you can get to there. Behind this.
I can actually get there if I don't.
Yeah,
if I take. Yeah, I'm gonna go that way, and I'm just gonna like kind of position myself where I can to get some cover.
Yeah.
While I can still see the battle.
Yeah, you have cover from there.
All right.
Oscar, there is nobody left to smash in your immediate vicinity.
So Oscar's just gonna look across to Andal and just sort of ask, "You good?"
So good.
Okay. And Oscar's going to leave his maul just leaned up here against the wagon and sort of step out of cover and rush after Dez, reaching behind him to pull a javelin out of his sort of quiver behind his back. Yeah. And it's just going to line up a shot and aim at the red apprentice soldier and just try to take him out.
Okay. Roll to hit.
It's only an 11.
That will... Let me check something real quick. That'll hit.
Ooh, yay.
And you impale him. You do not get your rage damage on this because it is not a melee attack. Or it is a strength attack, yes?
Okay.
No, it's a strength attack.
It's a strength attack.
Javelins rely on strength to attack.
Okay.
Yep. Thrown weapon.
Yeah, so, yes, you throw this. Go ahead, call it. Because the guy had 1 hit point. And you did 10.
So Oscar just sort of, leans out of cover, pulls the javelin out, rushes up, throws it, sort of has it land like directly through the guy's chest, or maybe like slightly lower, like through like the side.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have necessarily been a deadly blow, except this guy's already pretty damaged. And then Oscar just sort of turns to Death and sort of gives like a little abashed grin, like, "Did you see that?"
All right. That would be him. He is no longer Jacoby. There's one left.
Yeah, Jacoby is going to draw his blades and leave his bow behind and take a dash action all the way over to here.
Okay.
Just go ahead and like stand next to the guy with both of his blades out, just kind of like twirling them slightly. Oh, this is going to be so satisfying.
Go ahead.
I did a dash action. I can't.
Okay. Yes, you get to there. All right. My turn.
I gotta hope there's something for me to do as soon as it gets back to my turn again. I'm
He's
hoping.
not going to be standing, but I have an idea for what I want to do too, and he's going to be so dead. He's gonna be so dead far before it ever gets to my turn. There's like 60 people who go before me.
Make a perception check. Everyone
Oh.
who is looking near the cult leader. If you get over a 12,
Nope.
okay.
Nope.
If you get over to
Goddamn cart's in my way.
you see bursting out of the bushes what looks to be a dead elf charging at you, missing its heart, missing everything. Its chest is open. You see the rib cage, but it has nothing underneath in the chest cavity. The chest cavity is completely open. The rest of the body is falling apart. It's a zombie. And it rushes over to Piper and takes a swing. And misses and growls gurgly.
I look at it and I say, "Bah!"
This guy looks at Jacobi and what's he do here? He will cast a spell. And then I need, if you're going to take an attack of opportunity, Jacobi, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Can I also do an attack of opportunity?
Yep, one at a time is what it. I have to check his
12?
Yeah, give me 1 second, make sure I pull up the right. Give me 1 second, I gotta pull up the right page here. Yes, you managed to. You feel as if you almost weren't going to be able to hit him, but you get an attack anyway. Like you kind of second guess yourself as you get ready to swing, as if some
And
kind
a 16 on the attack of opportunity.
You hit.
Crapped out on damage, only 5.
You drop him where he stands.
Ah, yes!
Yep.
You will not get away from me!
Yeah. He cast Sanctuary on himself. Figured he cast Sanctuary and run. Did not work. Crumble, your turn.
There's a zombie.
Yep.
Bonus action, I'm going to cast Spare the Dying on purple.
Okay.
Then I will Toll the Dead and the zombie.
Okay. It fails.
2 necromantic damage.
2. I guess it'll take 2 damage. Des, you see, and not for the first time in your life, a zombie.
Yeah. Not surprised. I move up next to Piper, and I'm going to swing at it with my short sword.
Sure. You hit.
It's still up because I'll swing that again.
Do you have more than one attack?
We talked about offhand weapons.
Yep. If you have an offhand weapon, you can bonus action attack.
Yep. Bonus action. I have a dagger.
Oh, wait. Hold on a second.
So
I'm math wrong. Give me a second. Yes. That blow strikes just as you run up. You strike him in a piece where the chest is hollowed out, and you just rip it, and he kind of topples a little bit, like his body's not going to support the weight much longer.
but he's still up.
He's still up.
All right. I'm gonna swing at him again.
Okay.
My bonus action.
Ooh.
That hits. For 3.
No sneak attack, obviously.
Yeah, for 3.
Yep.
Yeah, you're almost cut all the way through his body, but he's still upright. Dio.
That's
He needs a good goat kick, is what he needs.
Yes, I'm going to ram.
Go ahead.
Gore him.
Or since you're already right next to him, headbutt.
Bob's with me. He wouldn't be with you during combat.
Yeah.
He's hiding in my shirt.
That hits. Piper, you see Des run up and just cut through this body like it's nothing. And then you're like, I'm going to get him with this ram. I haven't been able to hit something like this in a while. And you just gore through him and literally tear his body in half. And you end up on the other side of him as you go right through the body.
Ew.
And I will look at her and say, "See, girl, this is how we ram."
That's how you ram.
You can always be as cool as I am. I can teach you to ram.
No, thank you.
Everybody make a perception check again, please. That is over on that side. Everybody from the table towards so Piper, Des, and Jacobi, make another perception check, please.
Oof.
Jacobi, you see, now that the combat is ended, you see on the table there is the body of the last elf. It has been ritually sacrificed in the same way as the others.
Okay.
And as all of you are turning around to see how combat looks, a spirit appears right above him. You have saved us today. You have fulfilled the first part of your legacy. Smargviga and the enemy are coming. You must stop them. But you will not be powerful for a long time. I can help you. And with that, you see a blinding flash of blue and green light that blinds all of you. And that's where we're going to end it.
Okay. Phenomenal.
Yeah, really.
Yes, we're really good.
All right.
Really fun group here.
I would like to thank everyone who watched. Again, please be kind and follow. Please follow Mark over on DM the Mark Knight. Watch Big Lundy when he streams on his friend stream. What are their names again?
Tabor Snapping and TV RNA on Mondays and Thursdays, respectively.
All right. And don't forget to check out the Nat 30s and the Nat Awesome. Please check out Comic Book World at comicbookworld.com and Barbaco at barbaco.com, which are the sponsors for me and my sister stream, respectively. Also, head over to Patreon, because again, these streams are funded by you guys, the viewers. Without you guys, we don't have the time or capability to take care of these, and we love to do this for you. Also, please be kind. Down below the video, you can find a donation panel for Extra Life. Extra Life donates money to the Children's Miracle Network. The money we're trying to raise, which is $1,000, is for the Cincinnati Children's Hospital. Like I said before, they took care of my two oldest when they had to spend a couple of weeks there. They take care of my friends, family, and children on a regular basis. And all the money goes directly to them. I'm not seeing any of it. Twitch doesn't get any of it. Extra Life doesn't get any of it. It goes straight to the hospital to help those kids. So donate what you can. $1, $5, $10. Help us get to our goal. With that being said, I would like Mark, if you would please, to play the role of Rick at the end of a stream.
What do you mean?
The YouTube announcements, sir.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you follow. And when the time comes, give us a subscription.
All right.
Now it's official. Now it's officially a stream.
Now it's officially a stream. I can't do it myself.
Nope.
Yes, the level 1 party survived. I think they took some beatings, which was good. Everybody has now officially completed their first combat in real life. I want to thank you all again for watching. I want to thank you guys for playing. I appreciate you guys taking time out of your busy schedules to enjoy this campaign.
No, I never get to play. This is amazing.
I would like you guys to go ahead and say your goodbyes and plug anything you'd like. We'll start with Mark and work our way down.
See ya. Thanks for watching. I have to say, this is a fantastic time, and we have an excellent party. Super enjoyed this. Yeah. The only thing I want to plug is bug Rick to give us level 2 fast before we all die.
David?
Good night, everybody. I will try to be on time next week.
You get one. You get one. Or I'm turning your body over to Piper for whatever she wants for an entire session.
Ooh,
Don't be a hypocrite.
Can that count for everyone?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
You can't miss more than one, or Piper gets to control your character for a session.
No.
Dio,
Signing that contract.
yeah. Dio, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Thanks all for watching, and please keep following us. I'm having lots of fun, and see you the next Sunday.
Dave?
Oh man, I wish I had something to plug. Well, thanks everybody who was watching, and thanks everybody who played with us.
Alex?
Don't forget, tomorrow, both Mark and I will be streaming our individual games, him on his channel, me on Tabor Snapping. And on Thursdays, I don't think anybody's streaming any games, but except for me, on TVRNA. And yeah, appreciate everybody being here and enjoying everything. Definitely appreciate my wonderful co-stars as far as this entire campaign is concerned. You're all lovely. And I hope that everyone has a phenomenal evening.
And Jess?
I also don't have anything to say other than really fun. I don't get the opportunity to play role-play heavy campaigns as much as I'd like to. So yeah, this is a really nice change of pace for me, and I'm looking forward to having lots of fun dynamics with everybody in the party and getting up to lots of mischief. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And again, I'd like to thank everybody. So we're going to end the stream. So from the dark side of the moon, in the Blue Cheese Room, this is the Loophole King signing off. Thank you, and you all have a good night.